Can we listen to all of our voices, Grace Boggs and others, the best of who we are as a species, as a nation, as an imperial experiment, as an imperial democracy? And yet, as my dear sister Marianne said, recognize that there's the best in America that has always understood that if our lives matter, if Black lives matter, we're going to have to make sure that democratic practices and orientations and means of being in the world are reproduced and expanded. If any lives matter, you're going to have major radical democracy. But can you have radical democracy in America without empire, without white supremacy, without male supremacy, without transphobia, without homophobia, without losing sight of the humanity of Muslims and Jews and Arabs? It's an unanswered question. We just don't know.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Radical Democracy Show. I'm your host, Kamali Rose, and it is Tuesday, September 29th, and we are here for the first 2020 general election presidential debate, and it's, of course, going to be between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. There are other candidates running in this election. There is a Green Party candidate running in this election, Howie Hawkins. There are other candidates running as well, but none of those candidates, unfortunately, will be allowed to speak. Only the Democratic Party and Republican Party candidates will be debating tonight. So the debate starts at 9 p.m. Eastern time, and it will be going for 90 minutes straight until 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and there will be no commercial breaks in it. So this debate coverage should be interesting. This is our first debate coverage on radical democracy here. And I mean, debates are certainly a part of the democratic process. We should certainly be covering that on radical democracy. So we are excited to do this coverage, and thank you to everyone for joining us tonight. If you haven't done so already, please do me a favor and hit the like button below, subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed, and hit the share button and share this on social media wherever you can. Really appreciate that. If you can afford to do so, please also support our show, support independent media on Patreon. It's patreon.com/radical democracy. You'll see links in the description box below. You can also you can become a member of the show for as low as $1 a month, and your support literally helps us to exist. We are independent media. We are not corporate media. Unfortunately, we'll be watching these debates on CNN. We do not have the corporate backing of CNN, those advertisers. So we need your support. That's the only way the show can continue to exist. So please support us for as low as $1 a month on Patreon, patreon.com/radical democracy. You can also give us a one-time tip, no account required, on coffee. That's in place of our super chat feature. We don't yet have a super chat feature enabled on YouTube. We are very close to reaching that threshold, and we are actually excited because we expect tomorrow to be the day that we are actually able to apply for monetization. We will have met all the requirements for monetization, the 4,000 plus hours watched in one single year on our channel, as well as over 1,000 subscribers. So we've met those thresholds, and we are excited to apply for monetization on YouTube, which will enable the super chat feature. In the meantime, while we're waiting on that, please support us with a one-time tip at coffee.com/radical democracy. Links are also in the description box below, but it's ko-fi.com/radical democracy. As I mentioned before, we are going to be watching these debates. I'm not sure exactly what we can get away with per se. Honestly, we're streaming to both YouTube and Twitch right now. So if you're watching us on Twitch, we don't expect any issues whatsoever if you're watching on Twitch. If you are watching on YouTube, there is some chance that they will they could block any sort of replaying of the broadcast. They could end up cutting our stream potentially if so I don't know. I'm not clear on the rules. I truly just don't know what they're going to do. We're going to be watching from CNN's homepage. It's a public page. You don't need a cable account in order to watch the debate tonight. If you have internet access, or if you have, you can watch on cable at CNN. But if you have internet access, and if you're watching this, you do, then you can watch it from CNN's homepage. I recommend that if you're going to, watch our show, that you just have the CNN homepage up if you would, need it as a backup at any point. If we're going to have to cut away at times, and I'll be talking throughout the debate, when I can jump in. I'm not going to be speaking over, them if they're in the middle of making an important point or anything like that. But let's be real, I don't expect too many important points to be getting made tonight, because I don't know how you feel about debates. Let me know how you feel about debates in our comment section. Shout out to FL. I see you in the comments there, FL. Good vibes. Shout out to FL there. And Jamiko, the producer, says that CNN and ABC are broadcasting it right on YouTube. So yeah, they're going to be broadcasting to YouTube. Okay, so maybe I can pull up a YouTube stream of it then. So I'll check that out and see how to get, and I just don't want to get. I don't know what they'll allow. I don't know what the rules are and what I'm allowed to play on YouTube. I know Twitch is much more. I know folks like the Rational National and other folks that have said that they don't stream, debate coverage typically to YouTube because of that, the likelihood of getting your stream disconnected, essentially. That they just stop trying to YouTube. But those are typical debates under standard situations and operating procedures, and this is unique in that we're doing a debate in the middle of a pandemic, and so I think that they're trying to make it more accessible for people, probably, and hopefully that means that it will be okay to play and throughout. So Jamiko, depending on what you're up to, let me know if you wanted to jump on with me maybe at some point here and chat a bit. We could have Jamiko on the show maybe if he's down. Would love to have him jump on and chat for a bit. Our host of Racist Media, Kwame Norville, should also be joining us at some point to chat for a little bit. He'll pop on for a bit. And so, we'll see what we can do there. So I'm going to try to pull up a stream on CNN as well, on YouTube as well, just to have as a backup, because who knows? I trust YouTube, sadly, more than I trust the CNN website, because that's just what I know. So we'll get that pulled up. And once they go live, I see ABC so we'll pull it up on ABC here, and we can watch some of the preview stuff maybe as well. But so maybe we'll watch some of the preview coverage as well on ABC here, and I'll pull up on CNN, and maybe we can cut to some of their preview debate night preview. So we'll do a little bit of debate night preview here, chat about a few, what to watch for, what might be interesting about this debate, if anything, and why we should care, what the left response to these debates should be, and do these debates even matter if you're on the left at this point? That is the question. So all that and more here. Let me. All right. So because it's a weird scenario here, you're gonna have to bear with me. So I'm gonna do I'll present a few sort of preview articles here, and we could chat about some of that, and we'll see where that goes. So just a little bit of background again, for a little bit more background on these debates. Debates are going to be held in Cleveland, Ohio. Both candidates will be there in Cleveland, Ohio. So they will be together in the same place for this. It's again airing at 9 p.m. Eastern. The debates will begin. So in about 50 minutes, we're about 50 minutes away from the start of the debates. Chris Wallace will be moderating. So Fox News' Chris Wallace, will be moderating the debates. Now we'll check out maybe some footage of an interview that Chris Wallace did with Trump over the summer that got a lot of buzz. We'll take a look at that. There will be no commercial breaks during this debate. So it's a 90-minute debate beginning at 9 p.m. and there will be no commercial breaks. There was a report that came out that said that Donald Trump, came out and said that his team said that Biden had asked for there to be, Biden's team had asked for there to be at least 2 breaks during every 30 minutes to have a break. So at 30 minutes in and then 60 minutes in to have a break. And Trump said that he denied that request. The Biden team then came out and denied that ever happened. They also tried to say that they then said the Biden team responded and then said that Donald Trump's team had requested that Chris Wallace not make any mention of the number of deaths from COVID-19 in the country. And to which then Trump's team responded and denied that ever happened. And so for anyone who doesn't know, here in the U.S., we have 4% of the world's population, but 24% of the world's deaths from COVID-19, 24% of the world's cases and deaths. And that is over 200,000 deaths at this point just in a span of less than 7 months here since February. And now that is the equivalent of, so that's on average, that's over 858 deaths every single day since February when this began. We've had from COVID-19, so has caused 858 deaths in the US every single day on average. And that's the equivalent of 66 straight days of 9/11. That's what, that's how many deaths there were. There's been so far this year. And we all know that with schools coming back into session, there are, already reports of increasing cases of COVID-19. It's particularly in New York. New York just saw a spike after having finally leveled their situation out there. After, they were the first hotspot in the country. And then now they're seeing another spike as schools begin back. And this isn't like, it shouldn't be a shock to anyone that happened. We knew that would happen based on data from all around the world. Countries that were doing far better than us in maintaining the pandemic, they opened schools back up, and then outbreaks, they all saw spikes in cases and, in deaths, of course. And so there was data to already suggested, and we simply, were out of just a need to, reopen the economy and get back to normal. Folks, we've been forcing people into unsafe conditions, students, teachers, staff into unsafe conditions inside of schools. And so that's going to be something that is definitely going to be brought up during the debate tonight. Again, this is the first of 3 debates, and there's also a vice presidential debate next Wednesday between Kamala Harris and Mike Pence, which I don't think I'll be covering. I don't know if we'll cover it here. I mean, I don't know how many more of these I'll cover. This is experimental. This is my first time doing debate night coverage. So, just a disclaimer, a warning, there will be just a technical disclaimer there. We've done some live coverage, live election results coverage, but not debate coverage. And so we'll see how this goes, how much of this I can bear to even watch, because boy, I'm not one to be able to stand for too much of the platitudes and lack of substance. So that's something that I'm going to be watching out for in tonight's debate. One of the big things the biggest thing I'll be watching out for is how much time is spent discussing substantive policy versus just, vapid, superficial, personal things like the Trump's tax returns that don't affect the substantive, material lives of the masses of people in this country. And so I'm not with these recent release of Trump's tax returns. That was well timed, clearly a political timing there, where the tax returns are released 2 days before the first presidential debate on Sunday, this past Sunday. You can check out our breaking news coverage of that from Sunday here on the channel, by all means, to see how we reacted in the moment there. And now we have Biden and Kamala Harris came out yesterday, released their own tax returns. So that's definitely going to take up some time. I'll be shocked to see if they don't bring that up during this debate. Now, we do know the topics that have been proposed already for this debate. So Chris Wallace submitted the topics to whatever the debate commission is. I'm not a political nerd enough to remember the name right now off the top of my head of the people that they submit this to, but whatever, commission that does this, commission on presidential debates or whatever the heck it is. And so he submitted 5 topics to them, and the 5 topics are the Trump and Biden. So these are the 5 topics that Chris Wallace, the moderator for tonight's debate, Fox News host Chris Wallace, has submitted for tonight's debate. So the 5 topics are as follows. The first is the Trump and Biden records, the Supreme Court, COVID-19, the economy, and race and violence in our cities. And I just want to point out, first thing that just jumps out at me as somebody on the left that just bothered me about this, and also a Black person, is that why do we got to link race and violence? Like, they're like race and violence in our cities. Why does that have to be one topic? Why the framing of that is already a right-wing framing, just this conservative right-wing framing, even in the topic. So of course, Chris Wallace is a conservative. He's a right-wing, Fox News host, but he's, of all of the Fox News hosts, he's the best you're going to get. So for anyone that's not familiar with Chris Wallace, if you want, we could check out a video here of Chris Wallace interviewing Donald Trump during over the summer. So this is from July, and so this is Chris Wallace interviewing Donald Trump. So you can get a sort of taste of Chris Wallace's interview style. He's somebody that is not afraid to push back at least somewhat against Trump. He's not like a total Trump sycophant, but he is a right-wing conservative host. So we gotta know what we're dealing with here. So Jamiko says, let's take a look at the prop bets for the debates Vegas has available. Yes, please do so. I want to see that. I need to if you drop me a link if you want me to pull it up on here. But we can definitely take a look at those. Those are always interesting. Oh, okay. You're giving me some of them here. So Jamiko says, how many times will Trump say China? Over under is 6.5. All right, we should do. Okay, so we should try to see how we can do on some of these prop bets. I'll take. Let's see how we all do here. Let's see. So over under, how many times Trump says China? Oh, easily over, guaranteed over, no question about it. I'm saying over. So yeah, I got the over on that. So all right, we'll see how we do. And let me know your thoughts in the comments. Tell me if you got the over under on that. Trump saying China, over under is 6.5. I'm going over. All right, I'm gonna jot that. All right. So Connie V, what's up, Connie? Shout out to Connie V, one of our newest Patreon patrons, our newest Patreon patron, I believe, actually. So big shout out to Connie V. Thank you so much for your support. Really, really deeply appreciated. Thank you. So Connie V says, I guess it's not important to talk about climate change either. Yeah, so we'll see. I completely what the hell? I jotted that and then completely missed out. That's it. Yeah, so that's like it's I wanted to say like it's not just about what they're talking about, it's what they're not talking about, right? Could you imagine like not having that as one of the topics, like in the middle of what we're seeing here? People, the whole West Coast is on fire, and you're really not going to have a topic on, and I'm sorry, I didn't give the sixth topic. The sixth topic is actually the integrity of the election. So there's a sixth topic, the integrity of the election, but none of those are climate change. Nothing on climate change. I have noted here to see, is it something that they're going to even mention? Will we get a single mention of it? My guess is that Joe Biden will bring it up. Donald Trump will not, even though we have half of our, the whole West Coast is the skies were orange. We got, there were 6 hurricanes in a single ocean. I forget if it was the Pacific or the Atlantic, but we had 6 hurricanes in a single ocean. The other, just recently, like these are, it's like end times looking, apocalyptic looking stuff. And the first debate, and that's literally like, the number 3 issue in the country behind healthcare and the economy. Sorry, the number 4 behind the pandemic. And so it's unreal that you don't even see it mentioned as one of the topics. You're talking about the integrity of the election, which is just like a fear-mongering thing, essentially, to talk about the integrity of the election. That's not their job. Like, don't worry about that. Listen, we the people will figure that out, and we will make that work. The presidential candidates, their job is to get elected in this election here. What are we doing? Why are we taking up time in a debate with that over something like the climate crisis that we're facing right now, and how they plan to handle that? We're not gonna. I wonder if we'll hear. I bet Donald Trump is more likely. I guarantee you that Donald Trump is more likely to mention a Green New Deal than Joe Biden. We're more likely to hear that from Donald Trump than from Joe Biden tonight. So, yeah, thank you for the comment, Connie V. It's unreal that they are, what's missing from this debate, and it's they say COVID-19 is a topic, so I hope that then connects to healthcare, but healthcare isn't listed as a main topic. They got the Supreme Court on here, but not healthcare. So, Trump and Biden records. I hope that healthcare gets brought up through that on that issue between the Trump and Biden records, and also the it could be brought up through the economy or the COVID-19 topic. So I hope that they'll spend some time on healthcare so that we can see, just see, what do these people have to offer? And my thing, if I'm being real with everyone, how I stand on this. I don't think that either of them have anything to offer. I don't think that they'll have anything to offer us. I don't think they have anything to offer us in the way of climate policy, in the way of economic policy, in the way of, we got right now they're okay. So, in one of the things we want to cover is the Nancy Pelosi and Steve Mnuchin have recently been in talks about a deal for an economic stimulus package before the election. And I think that that's an important factor here in the election. Like, that's something that matters. I would, it would be nice to hear what those actual plans are, with how, where they stand on that. But I don't think that we're going to hear anything about that, unfortunately, either. So, Jamiko says, more Vegas bets. Will Biden misquote the number of COVID deaths by more than 100,000? Yes is the slight underdog. So yes, he will is a slight underdog. All right. So they think that that means that he has to go lower than 100,000. No, he can't. I don't think that Trump is capable of pulling that one off. Like, he'll get correct. That would be something that, Chris Wallace has come out and said that he doesn't plan to fact check people on the during this debate. There won't be any live fact checking. But if he comes out and says something that egregious and they don't fact check that, then there's something wrong with them. Like that's not moderation right there. So I hope that they'll correct if they do something like that. But I would say no, because that seems so absurd. That's literally half of them. Like, he would be cutting that number in half. It will blow my mind if he tries to pull that off. My guess is that he just will try to not mention it at all costs. He will just avoid any mention of it. Oh, Biden. I'm sorry. He said Biden misquote. I'm thinking Trump the whole time. Well, Biden misquote. Holy wow. Hold up. You know what? With Biden, you just don't know what's in that man's brain. Like, I don't know if his brain. My question is, will Biden stay awake for the entire 90 minutes? That's my first and foremost question. Is I want to know the over under on how many minutes Biden stays awake. So, but yeah, I think that. Yeah, I'll say anything's possible with Biden. I take that underdog bet for a few. I throw a few bucks on that underdog bet, because that dude's brain is mush at this point, and I don't think that we can expect much of anything here. So, all right. So thank you to everyone for being here so far. Please, if you haven't done so already, hit the like button, subscribe if you're not already subscribed to the channel, and share this out far and wide on social media. We appreciate that. We are doing live debate night coverage for the first of 3 presidential debates. Donald Trump is facing off against Joe Biden, and it will be moderated by Chris Wallace. So on CNN. So interesting that this is like a Fox News CNN crossover thing going on here. So let's take a look at this interview. Watch this clip from an interview between Donald Trump and Chris Wallace that happened over the summer back in July. It's a few minutes. I don't think we'll watch the whole clip here, but we'll watch a few minutes of this clip and come back and chat a bit. Oh, before we do, Jamiko says, I could see him saying 500,000. You know what? Yeah. Yes. You know what? Yeah, like that. Exactly. Like, maybe I'll put more than a few bucks on it, actually, because he could easily, that dude, he's just 90 minutes. He has to go 90 minutes. So especially depending on that's about midway through. I don't know what order he'll bring up those topics. I don't know if those will be the topics in order. So there's no guaranteed order that they'll present these topics. If that comes at the end, I would imagine that COVID-19 is going to be one of the first topics. But you know what? They'll probably put the Supreme Court before that, because it's more recent, and to them it's sad that why are we even debating? Why is the president have any concern with the Supreme Court? That shouldn't be an issue that needs to be debated, not to be one of 6 issues all total. It shouldn't be one of 6 issues all total. Want to bring it up as a side thing, sure, but we shouldn't have a Supreme Court that functions in a way that a president is that important in selecting a Supreme Court justice. That's not democratic. Either these folks, if they're not going to be elected, which I get people's arguments for that. Not that I support it, because it's anti-democratic. We believe in radical democracy here. A 9-person Supreme Court justice that can decide legislative, measures that's not democratic. They can overrule legislative measures, which are the more democratic measures taken. That's where you have a body of elected representatives, so-called representatives, allegedly, who are, at least, selected by, elected by the people in an actual democratic, showing. And so this, having to debate the Supreme Court, it's the president just shouldn't be selecting Supreme Court justices. They shouldn't have that much power over the Supreme Court justices. That could be decided by a panel of people that we also elect, separately, or just take away more power from the Supreme Court, which is what I think is the better strategy, is remove more power from the Supreme Court, distribute that, at least let the lower courts, handle more, but also just let legislation, the court system is all screwed up. We have a deeply racist criminal justice system in this country, and so that's already all screwed up. And so we should let the people, when the people elect their representatives, let that legislation be upheld. Don't let it be debated out in a Supreme Court and decided on by whoever the justices of the moment are, selected by whatever president happens to get in there. And now all of a sudden it becomes that, like, this becomes such a critical issue where now we're like, waiting on, with bated breath about who's the next, will Trump be able to nominate Amy Coney Barrett? Is she going to be able to get, not nominate, but confirm? Will she be confirmed? All signs point to yes. The Democrats have already folded. We'll talk about that on tomorrow's show. The Democrats already showing their hand on that. And so, yeah, there's, just, all right. We'll pick up this talk on the other side. Let's get to this clip of Donald Trump being interviewed by Chris Wallace over the summer, and a lot of this kind of went viral because it was just sort of seen as like an off the hinge interview from Donald Trump. But it shows kind of that Chris Wallace, even though he's a Fox News host, he's at least the most likely of all the Fox News hosts to actually push back against Trump. There used to be a dude named Shep Smith on there, and Shep Smith was great. He was like great against Trump, essentially. Like, he was at least solid. He was a more like principled person. He was an actually like principled conservative, which I at least respect that he was a principled conservative. I can actually respect that. It's not like he's not a Trump sycophant, and not whatsoever. And so I can respect it. It's not like Steve Ducey and Ainsley Earhart and I forget that other toolbag's name on Fox and Friends. What's that clown's name? Somebody tell me in the comments if you know his name. The third clown there with the dark hair on Fox and Friends. I can't stand any of them. But so here we go. Here's this interview. Chris Wallace. He's better than that, at least. So check this out and come back and we'll discuss.
They don't test like we test.
Sorry, that's a little fast. Let me slow it down for us.
They don't have the virus as badly as
it's possible that they don't test. That's what's possible. We find cases, and many of those cases heal automatically. We're finding, in a way, we're creating trouble.
A lot of people say this is because we don't have a national plan. You talk about states. We don't have a national plan. Do you take responsibility for that?
Look, I take responsibility always for everything because it's ultimately my job too. I have to get everybody in line. Some governors have done well. Some governors have done poorly. But we have more tests by far than any country in the world.
But sir, testing is up 37%.
Well, that's good.
I understand. Cases are up 194%. It isn't just the testing has gone up, it's that the virus has spread. The positivity rate has increased.
Many of those
is
cases,
worse than it was.
Many of those cases are young people that would heal in a day. They have the sniffles, and we put it down as a test. The coronavirus, I think that at some point that's going to sort of just disappear, I hope. I'll be right eventually. Say this, schools have to open. Young people have to go to school. And there's problems when you don't go to school, too. And there's going to be a funding problem because we're not going to fund when they don't open their schools. We're not going to fund them.
What the federal government gives is 8%.
10%. And you know what? That's a lot of money.
And you're going to take them. You know where the money goes? It goes overwhelmingly to disadvantaged kids and children with disabilities.
Let the
Why wouldn't you
schools,
send more money so the schools would be
Chris,
safer?
let the schools open.
And will you consider a national mandate that people need to wear masks?
No, I want people to have a certain freedom, and I don't believe in that. No, and I don't agree with the statement that if everybody wear a mask, everything disappears.
Is the Confederate flag offensive?
It depends on who you're talking about, when you're talking about. When people proudly had their Confederate flags, they're not talking about racism. They love their flag. It represents the South. It's freedom of speech.
So you're not offended by it?
Well, I'm not offended either by Black Lives Matter. That's freedom of speech. And you know, the whole thing with cancel culture, we can't cancel our whole history.
You said our children are taught in school to hate our country. Where do you see that?
I just I look at school. I watch. I read. Look at the stuff. Now they want to change. 1492, Columbus discovered America. You know, we grew up, you grew up, we all did. That's what we learned. Now they want to make it the 1619 project. Where did that come from? What does it represent? I don't even know. So
It's slavery.
that's what they're saying, but they don't even know. They just want to make a change. And Biden wants to fund it.
Sir, he does not.
Look, he signed a charter with Bernie Sanders. I will get that one, just like I was right on the mortality rate. Did you read the charter that he agreed to?
It says nothing about defunding the
Oh,
police.
really? It says abolish. It says a fund. Let's go.
All right.
Get me the charter, please.
All right. I understand. We still have more than 100 days to this election, but at this point, you're losing.
First of all, I'm not losing because those are fake polls. They were fake in 2016, and now they're even more fake. Pre-existing conditions will always be taken care of by me and Republicans, 100%.
But you've been in office 3.5 years. You don't have a plan.
Well, we haven't had, excuse me, you heard me yesterday. We're signing a healthcare plan within 2 weeks, a full and complete healthcare plan that the Supreme Court decision on DACA gave me the right to do. So we're going to sign an immigration plan, a healthcare plan, and various other plans.
How will you regard your years as president of the United States?
I think I was very unfairly treated. From before I even won, I was under investigation by a bunch of thieves, crooks. It was an
All right. So that was Chris Wallace interviewing Donald Trump there. And you seen it. It was fair. You know, it was reasonable. You know, pushback. I mean, there was a lot more he could have pushed back. I would have loved to see him actually pull out that charter that he talked about going to get, that apparently claimed that Joe Biden apparently came out with some language about defunding the police and abolishing the police. Joe Biden, everybody, let me tell you, like, I wish y'all. All right. I wish, let me tell you that as a leftist, I wish. So there was no, there is no language like that in any charter. And so he was right to push back on that. And he pushed back on a bunch of topics, healthcare and the pandemic, Trump's response to the pandemic. And so, the Confederate flag and Trump, being, trying to play neutral on that sort of stuff. And so it was a reasonable interview, something that you can, take it with a grain of salt. But it seems like as far as moderators go, it's like that's the best you're going to get from Fox News, and Fox News was going to get one of these debates. So, so things that I'm looking out for in tonight's debate is how much time they end up spending on tax returns, on this issue of the tax returns. There, as we mentioned earlier, Trump's tax returns got released, and now Biden has come out, released his tax returns. Trump's tax returns, of course, one of the main highlights of that was that Trump had only paid $750 a year in 2016 and 2017. And that was the year that he was running for president and became president. So the year that he became president, he paid $750 in taxes. Meanwhile, Joe Biden paid $300,000 in taxes in the same year in 2017. He came out and him and Kamala Harris released their tax returns for like a few years. And so Biden, showed that he paid $300,000 the same year that Trump paid $750, which is less than most Americans paid, like less than I paid in taxes in in 2016, 2017, any year, I pay more than that in federal taxes. So Trump paid $750 in 11 of the 18 years that the New York Times reviewed. Trump paid no taxes. He paid $0 in taxes. So his bill, ultimately, because he was able to claim so many losses he had this one massive loss that he claimed for about $73 million. And the IRS that's what the IRS is currently auditing him for. So is that $73 million loss that he claimed. So we'll see what comes to that. But I mean, they've had, how long have they been auditing him? Since before the election, his election in 2016, they were auditing him. That's why he claimed he couldn't release these tax returns. The tax returns came out. What did the tax returns show? As we covered on our show, by and large, it showed that Trump was the kind of, tax cheat, broke, not as rich as he claims to be. He's has a lot of failed businesses that were reporting losses. And I mean, we knew this. He had 6 businesses that went bankrupt. So this isn't anything new. And so they largely just kind of showed us there were more connections to some unreported connections to some foreign investment in U.S. interest groups that it was just more than what Trump had reported, both U.S. interest groups as well. But this is, that's a practice that is, this is the kind of stuff that Hillary Clinton, and I'm sure even Obama has stuff like this on his thing, but definitely Hillary Clinton through the Clinton Foundation, was getting paid from, payments in millions of dollars for speeches from foreign governments and that sort of thing. And so, this is the typical corruption that we're unfortunately used to at this point with politicians. It's pretty much essentially it's legal corruption. And then you have Trump, there was no connections to Russia. That was something that people were kind of waiting to see. Was there going to be anything more links to Russia shown through these tax returns? That was disproven through these. There were decades of tax returns that were released. This was over 2 decades worth. I think it was like 22 years worth of tax returns that were released on Trump. And so this was the big thing that folks were waiting for in 2016. I think it would have had a lot more of an impact in 2016. I don't think that it has much of an impact now, because it was a lot, by and large, it was kind of what we sort of expected about Trump, and also just reveals now, don't get me wrong, I don't want to downplay it. He was doing things that were worse than what you would expect from any sorry, let me just fix this background. Sorry. So he was doing kind of the typical corruption that all rich people's, paying low taxes, skirting tax regulations, finding tax loopholes. But he went even beyond that, where the top like 0.001%, 0.001%, I think it is, pays about 24 million. And that's where Trump's estimated wealth would put him in that tax bracket, that income bracket, where they pay about $24 million a year on average, or Trump in 1 year, he only paid, in this year that they reviewed, he only paid $1.5 million is one of the most. And so, I see somebody commenting about Hunter's taxes. Listen, that's something that I have it written down. Are they going to cover? Are we going to hear any mention of Hunter Biden's? Of Hunter Biden in this debate? It's something that I wonder if we'll see. I don't think that we're going to get any mention of that, sadly. I don't expect to see anything like that. You can watch them out though, please, because you're here, you jump in here assuming that I'm not like you, Wings Lives Matter, you fucking clearly racist entity there. I shouldn't even respond. You know what? I won't respond to trolls tonight. Now that I'm reading more of your comments, just gonna skip right past that. I need my producer up in here to watch him out there, please. All right. So, all right. Yeah, we will get to that. As you see, we here, we're fair. We're not out here to be cheerleading for any team like some of these Trumpists are out here. You got some folks out here that are just they're fascists. You know, they are authoritarian and they're weak in that way. It's a weakness. You can't think for yourself, so you need your leader to think for you. You need Trump to think for you. We here on this show, the folks in our audience here, we don't cheerlead for any team here. We are focused on actually improving the material lives of human beings, and we're not out here to cheerlead for the Democrats or to cheerlead for the Republicans and Trump like you appear to do. It's pathetic. So do better than that. All right, I will try to pay attention. Usually, I got my producer here with me, and Tammy is usually taking care of filtering through comments. Unfortunately, she's not available right now. She might join us a little bit later, but just know that this is we're gonna have to, you're dealing with me on the ones and twos all night, and so, or most of the night at least. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to be reading through these comments, which trips me, has to, you'll see what I have to deal with here. So sorry about that, y'all. That's just an unfortunate timing thing, but we need people, we should always encourage folks to take time off when they need, and to use, do whatever they need to, don't burn out, and spend time with family and all those sorts of nice things. And so yes. All right. So all right. Sorry for that little sidetrack there. Try not to let that happen again. So yeah, so some of the things, what else are we watching for here? And by the way, we're 13 minutes out. Yeah, Jamiko's got the nice. Good job. So shout out to Jamiko, the producer, handling business in the comments there. I see. Appreciate that. Thank you, brother. All right. So we're 13 minutes away from the start of the debates. Again, we're going to watch on CNN, and we'll watch the coverage on ABC through on YouTube, but so you'll also find it on CNN's homepage. I may pull it up there and see what the broadcast is like from there as well. So we'll take a look at both and see whichever one looks like a better broadcast, and we'll get to that. So yeah, I'll be real. Like, I don't expect much out of this debate. Like, what is this debate going to change? What are the impacts of this debate? I think that I wonder how many undecided voters are really going to be watching here. I think that people are, Trump's a polarizing character. You're sort of already split. I think that a lot of people will, you will have a set of undecided voters here. Trump is in recent polls. Trump is down on national average polls by like 7 points nationally, which is more than twice as much as Hillary Clinton was up by at this point in the election. So this is like, at this stage, it's Trump is the one that needs this debate. Trump needs to make some moves in this debate somehow. He would need to he needs Joe Biden, another one of Joe Biden's eyes to explode, or like, whatever the fuck, like he needs some shocking moment or some, Joe Biden to just like trip over himself. And that's something that's been happening in the lead up to this debate. Before, for months, Donald Trump was putting out ads that were saying, Joe Biden, in his rhetoric, Donald Trump's rhetoric about Joe Biden was, Joe Biden is senile. He's slow. He's Sleepy Joe, and he's incompetent. And that's what he was. That was the rhetoric. The messaging from the Trump campaign was about how Joe was, sleepy Uncle Joe there. And so that rhetoric is sort of backfiring on him now, because it's essentially set the bar so low for Joe Biden that all Joe Biden has to do at this point is like stay awake for 90 minutes, and he's going to be considered the winner of this debate. So I would love to see a prop bet on whether or not Joe Biden actually manages to stay awake for 90 minutes. There was like Trump apparently like made some rule requests, and one of like a few of the one of the rule requests that he made, apparently he claims, is that he wanted both candidates to be drug tested before the debates, which I think is hilarious, because Trump was like it was said that Trump was, people have come out and said that Trump is like addicted to Adderall, and that he was taking it before debates. And so that's like, it's interesting that he's the one that calls for a drug test, supposedly. He also, in a recent story just broke, I think like yesterday it was, or today, that Trump also requested that that a third party check for earpieces on both candidates before the start of the debates. And allegedly Biden's team initially agreed to it and then later backtracked on it, but they claimed that they never agreed to anything like that, and that it was absurd and insulting to even suggest something like that. I don't, whatever. I don't know if you can. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think that the candidate should have, anyone talking in the air. That's certainly something worrisome, because I don't think that that's going to work when you go and you have to like negotiate with other world leaders or anything like that. Like, you can't have like an earpiece in your ear and be getting like guided through a conversation. So I think we should all be worried about that. I think we could certainly talk about the mental health of both of these candidates. And I think it's fair game. Honestly, I think that it's absurd if we don't look at, like, we have a debate that's about to happen between two, like, demented old men, it's just, they're both like, not, they don't got all their eggs in the basket, or they're one, I don't know any of those damn euphemisms or whatever the hell they're called. So Mark McKeever says the only thing that will come out of this debate is new memes. Yeah, like, seriously, I'm so I don't know how much of this debate we're going to make it through. I hope that I expect that we're going to make it through this full 90 minutes, and we're going to suffer through. I'm going to suffer through it for y'all. I am not excited. I don't usually watch these things start to end, because I can't. Who the hell can stand this stuff? And so I watched, of course, the Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump debates, but by the first ones are usually okay. Like, you haven't heard them. They're going to keep parroting the same talking points by the second and third debates. So, and I don't expect much to happen between. I mean, we get these like oppo dumps, the Trump's taxes, so that they can take up time. And the question is, and Kwame made this point, Kwame from Race Fist Media was on the other day and made a great point that, and I think this may have been the night that Trump's tax returns were released. I think it was on the breaking news about Trump's tax returns. It was on that show. Kwame made a great point that the tax return issue is going to push other issues out of the airwaves and out of the spotlight, and so it's going to take up oxygen from other issues that matter. And so I don't expect to see much in the way of policy, actual substantive policy being discussed, but insofar as it was going to be, this makes it so that less will be discussed, because of this news about the tax returns and any kind of news of the day, news cycle type business. When that gets into these debates, there's ways to weave those issues of the day into broader policy issues, but it's not what they want to do. They're just looking for sensationalization so that they can draw as many eyes to their broadcast as possible. And that's all it's about. It's not about actually debating actual issues that people care about, and just the way that debates are set up anyways. I'm not a massive fan of debate, the debate format. I guess when you get down to the two candidates, it's the best you're going to get from any of the debates, but also the moderators that they choose are really like moderators. Like they always choose like establishment types, corporate friendly establishment types. I saw like Sagar and Jetty floated as one of the people that could have been, that Trump floated as potential moderators for a debate. Like that would have been amazing. That I would, really enjoy a debate compared to, because Sagar would push back in a real way, populist way with actual economic populist rhetoric and framing, and be able to push back on Trump. We're not going to see that out of any of these debates. We're not going to see an actual like push from the left for Trump. So, all right, we're 4 minutes away from the debate starting, so I'm going to keep an eye on it. I'll probably just pull up the coverage and have it like playing here in the background on CNN here. Unfortunately, so again, technical limitations here. I'm using StreamYard to broadcast this. And one of the things that I think, in the future, I'll probably do these broadcasts using a different streaming software that will allow me to have more control over volume, so that I can turn the volume up and down on the clip that I show, because I need to be able to more finely control the volume of my voice versus the volume of the broadcast. So because I can't do that, I'll play it on with no sound and just like have it kind of float in here so that we see when it starts at least. All right. So, yeah, this is just like they got some debate night preview coverage going on right now. So, yeah, I'll just leave that up until the debate actually starts, just so that we actually can see when it starts here. No, you know what? F that. Oh. No. All right, I'm gonna bump it down for now because it's still. I got it. I got it up on my other screen, so I'll pull it up as soon as it starts. 2 more minutes. Oh no, it starts according to them in 1 minute. I guess my clock is off, so they say it's starting in about. Wait, what? Oh, I think. Hold on. Is this live? No. My broadcast was not live. Okay, yeah. 2 minutes away. 2 minutes away. Sorry about that. All right. So, Jamiko, the producer says, starting soon, might as well fix a drink. Yes, I recommend to everyone, fix yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, buckle up, because we are going to be in for an interesting ride here tonight. Let's see. What else did I want to? Yeah, as I was saying, I think that Trump is the one. This is all on resting on Trump's shoulder. It's Trump who has everything to, he's the one that needs to gain here. He's the one that's under pressure to gain because of, I think that the polls are showing that Biden has a pretty comfy lead right now. I know it'll come down to battleground states. I think that everybody is understandably, timid about making predictions about elections right now. After Donald Trump's 2016 election, I don't think anyone feels too confident in their predictions right now. So it's hard to predict. It still feels like anything can happen still, but the ball's in Biden's court at this point. Trump has to do something to make some gains here. So this is Biden's debate to lose here. He just has to, again, just look relatively, he just has to look competent, look presidential, and he can coast through this thing. If he just, again, stays awake, I think, for 90 minutes straight, then people will be impressed by that. Yeah, so it's gonna start in literally like 10 seconds here. So I'm gonna flip over when it starts up. They're gonna talk and do some intro stuff here. I'm not gonna play the intro stuff necessarily. If you wanna pull it up and watch it, we're watching it on. I'm gonna watch the ABC News stream on YouTube, and I may also pull up the CNN broadcast on CNN's homepage, just at CNN.com. So we'll see. Looks like I'm all right. So yeah, once they actually get going, we'll start it up here. I'll play a little bit of it. I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna come in and out of it. I'll just sort of wait for any sort of when they're cutting away at any parts where they're talking and it's not Chris Wallace essentially or anything like that. I'll cut back and talk, and I'll probably jump in and talk throughout. I don't know, because I don't know what's gonna be seen as like not, as long as it's fair use under whatever the hell. All right, I'm gonna throw it up on screen here. Yeah, they're still. So yeah, I'm watching the ABC broadcast, and they still haven't pulled up. They still haven't put up
states. He needs to change the dynamic of this race, and tonight is the best chance for him to do it. He's been here before. 4 years ago, his campaign was collapsing, and he turned it around in part with a debate. And
let me know if y'all
relentlessly
can
on the attack.
okay, using C-SPAN feed. Mark McKeever says there's a C-SPAN feed. I definitely want to find C-SPAN feed if I can, because theirs is like always open. That's what I want to use.
Top of the ticket, but he has had 2 vice presidential debates.
I'll pull it up on C-SPAN.
General election season.
Switch over.
George, this is his 27th debate for the White House, but Joe Biden has never faced an opponent before.
Can y'all hear
like
that?
Donald
The volume
Trump.
on that?
All he has
Let
to
me
do
know
to
in
win
the
here tonight
comments if you
is
can
tell
hear.
the truth, but it is not going to be that simple. Joe Biden knows that Donald Trump is going to make this personal. He is going to go on the attack. Joe Biden's goal and his challenge here tonight is to try and rise above that, to not get dragged down into some brawl with the president. Biden will fight back if the president misconstrues.
I'm gonna swap off
record,
ABC so I can go to the
family, but don't expect Joe Biden to spend a lot of time here fact-checking the president. Instead, he wants to.
All right, we're gonna cut out there and go to the C-SPAN feed so that we don't get shut down. We don't want our stream getting shut down. We know the corporate media will shut streams down on YouTube for playing their feed. So, all right, this should be a lot safer. Let me get the C-SPAN feed going. Thank you so much to our Patreon subscriber, Mark McKeever, for the recommendation. Appreciate that. So, all right. Sorry, just want to pull it up with the audio for you. They don't have any audio right now, so you're not crazy on here. It's just it'll start playing soon, I imagine. This is just Chris Wallace that we're seeing here. Make sure I'm not crazy because I don't hear a thing. No, that's like eerily quiet.
Good evening from the Health Education Campus of Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic. I'm Chris Wallace of Fox News, and I welcome you to the first of the 2020 presidential debates between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The commission has designed the format, 6 roughly 15-minute segments with 2-minute answers from each candidate to the first question, then open discussion for the rest of each segment. Both campaigns have agreed to these rules. For the record, I decided the topics and the questions in each topic. I can assure you, none of the questions has been shared with the commission or the 2 candidates. This debate is being conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Cleveland Clinic, which is serving as the health security advisor to the commission for all 4 debates. As a precaution, both campaigns have agreed the candidates will not shake hands at the beginning of tonight's debate. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, no boos or other interruptions, so we, and more importantly you, can focus on what the candidates have to say. No noise except right now, as we welcome the Republican nominee, President Trump, and the Democratic nominee, Vice President Biden.
There's like 70 people in the audience right now. They're doing like socially distanced audience. There's about 70 people in this hall here.
How you doing, man? How are you? I'm well.
Gentlemen, a lot of people have been waiting for this night, so let's get going. Our first subject is the Supreme Court. President Trump, you nominated Amy Coney Barrett over the weekend to succeed the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court. You say the Constitution is clear about your obligation and the Senate's to consider a nominee to the court. Vice President Biden, you say that this is an effort by the president and Republicans to jam through an appointment and what you call an abuse of power. My first question to both of you tonight: why are you right in the argument you make and your opponent wrong? And where do you think a Justice Barrett would take the court? President Trump, in this first segment, you go first, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I will tell you very simply, we won the election. Elections have consequences. We have the Senate, we have the White House, and we have a phenomenal nominee, respected by all, top academic, good in every way, In fact, some of her biggest endorsers are very liberal people from Notre Dame and other places. So I think she's going to be fantastic. We have plenty of time, even if we did it after the election itself. I have a lot of time after the election, as you know. So I think that she will be outstanding. She's going to be as good as anybody that has served on that court. We really feel that. We have a professor at Notre Dame, highly respected by all, said she's the single greatest student he's ever had. He's been a professor for a long time at a great school. And we won the election, and therefore we have the right to choose her. And very few people knowingly would say otherwise. And by the way, the Democrats, they wouldn't even think about not doing it. If they had, the only difference is they'd try and do it faster. There's no way they would give it up. They had Merrick Garland, but the problem is they didn't have the election, so they were stopped. And probably that would happen in reverse also. Definitely would happen in reverse. So we won the election, and we have the right to do it, Chris.
President Trump, thank you. Same question
Already
to you,
just coming
Vice
out the
President
gate
Biden.
defensive.
You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this and looking forward to this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe.
The American people have a right to have a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is. And that say occurs when they vote for United States senators and when they vote for the President of the United States. They're not going to get that chance now because we're in the middle of an election already. The election has already started. Tens of thousands of people have already voted. And so the thing that should happen is we should wait. We should wait and see what the outcome of this election is, because that's the only way the American people get to express their view is by who they elect as president and who they elect as vice president. Now, what's at stake here is the president's made it clear he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that, he ran on that, and he's been governing on that. He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now, if it goes into court. And And the justice, and I have nothing, I'm not opposed to the justice. She seems like a very fine person. But she's written before she went on the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing that's on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be held, pay more money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy. They were able to charge a woman more for the same exact procedure a man gets. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this election. If he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February. All right.
There aren't 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Okay, Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully, very strongly, at some point, 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next
During
election.
that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years. And the 100 million people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very
That's
happy
simply
with.
not true.
Well, you're certainly going to socialist. You're going to socialist.
We're now into, gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Socialist,
Yes,
I
agree.
wish.
Go ahead, Vice President.
Number
Biden.
one, he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any. And one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won were saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can. They do. They will under my proposal.
It's not what you've said,
But
and it's not what
that
your
is-
party has said.
That is simply
Your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your party
is
wants to
simple.
go socialist
My
medicine.
party is
and
me.
socialist
right
healthcare.
now, I am
And
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now. The platform of the
Not according
Democratic
to
Party
Harris.
is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act? And
Joe, you've had
pre-existing conditions?
308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me
I'm
about
happy
this.
to talk about
And
this.
if you were here,
Look,
it
here's
wouldn't
the
be
deal.
200, it would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You
Late
didn't
on
want
the
me to
draw.
ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
All right, gentlemen,
Europe, which was heavily
Mr. President,
You would have
Mr.
been much
President,
later, Joe.
Mr.
There goes
President,
one China
Mr.
right there.
I'm
President,
talking about 2 million people.
You're not going to be able
President,
to
as
shut
the
him up.
moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is all
You don't know it's on the ballot. Why is it on the ballot?
Because
Why is it
you
on the ballot? It's
said
not on the ballot.
it's on the ballot in the
I
court.
don't think so.
In the court. Well,
There's nothing happening there.
Donald, would you
And
just
you
be
don't
quiet
know
for a minute?
her view on Roe v. Wade.
I
You
don't
her
know.
view.
Well, all right, let's talk.
What is
We got a
Biden?
lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got
Why
a lot
he
of
just
time.
stalled out? What is wrong with Biden?
On health care, and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
What
All
the
right,
hell was
Mr.
that?
President, the Supreme Court will hear a case.
Did everyone
a
just
week
see that?
after the
Biden just
election
like
in which the Trump administration,
his
along with
battery
18
just
state
died.
attorneys
What the-
general, are seeking to overturn
That's right.
Obamacare, to end Obamacare. You have spent the last
Because they
If
want to
I-
give
if I-
good
if I-
health care.
If I may ask
Go
my
ahead.
question, sir.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan
Yes,
to
I have.
replace Obamacare.
Of course I have.
Well, I'll
I
give
got
you
rid
an
of
opp-
the
I'm gonna-
individual
when I finish,
mandate.
I'm going to give you an
Excuse me.
opportunity.
I got
when
rid of the individual mandate, which was a
That is
big
not a
chunk of Obama.
comprehensive
That
plan.
is absolutely a big thing. That was
That-
the worst
I
part of
didn't ask you,
Obamacare.
sir.
Chris,
You're
that was the
debating him,
worst
not
part of
me.
Obama.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe. The individual mandate was the most unpopular aspect of Obamacare. I got rid of it.
I'd like you
and we will protect
Mr.
people
President,
with
I'm the moderator of this
conditions.
debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer.
Go ahead.
You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare. And just this last Thursday, you signed a largely symbolic executive order to protect people with pre-existing conditions 5 days before this debate. So my question, sir, is what is the Trump healthcare plan?
Right. Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just tell you something. There's nothing symbolic. I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored nations, which no president has the courage to do because you're going against big pharma. Drug prices will be coming down 80 or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do it. Nobody's done it. So we're cutting health care. All of the things that we've done, insulin. I give you an example, insulin. It was destroying families, destroying people. The cost, I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water. You want to know the truth? So cheap. Take a look at all of the drugs that what we're doing.
What? No, it's not.
Prices.
Insulin is like $600 a dose.
Drugs because they pay just a tiny fraction.
As I say, this is open discussion.
No,
let me
but
ask
this
you
is
about,
big.
let me,
This
you'll
is
be happy,
big stuff,
sir. You'll be happy. I'm about to pick up on one of your points to ask the vice president, which is he points out that you would like to add a public option to Obamacare. And the argument that he makes and other Republicans make is that that is going to end private insurance.
It is
and
not.
Well, if I can ask you the question, it will
Not
end.
what your party says, by the way.
It will end private insurance and create a government takeover of health care.
It does not. It's only for those people who are so poor they qualify for Medicaid. They can get that free in most states, except governors who want to deny people who are poor Medicaid. Anyone who qualifies for Medicare would Medicaid would automatically be enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be in that option. Number one.
Joe, you agreed with Bernie Sanders, who's far left, on the manifesto, we call it. And that gives you socialized medicine.
Look, hey, listen to him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
What's up, y'all?
I'm here standing facing you.
Pocahontas would have left 2 days early. You would have lost every primary.
All he knows how to
on
do
Super
is hurt.
Tuesday. You got very lucky.
Here's the deal. I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as well. And tonight I'm going to make sure, because here's the deal. Here's the deal. The fact is that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just want to make sure.
Joe, you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
Graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make
Mr.
sure.
President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be surprised.
You picked
You'd be surprised.
the wrong guy, the wrong night at the wrong time.
Listen, you agreed with
Here's the
Bernie
deal.
Sanders to the
The
manifesto.
whole idea.
Let him.
There is no manifesto. Number
Please
one.
let him speak, Mr.
Number
President.
two.
You just lost the left.
Number two.
You just lost the left.
He lost the left a long
You
time
agreed
ago.
with Bernie Sanders on a
Why is Trump spitting facts right now?
Folks, do you have any idea what this clown's doing?
But
you have
He's wrong about that. No,
Mr.
there is no
President, I'll tell you
socialized
what,
medicine.
He is not for any help for people needing health care because he in fact already has cost 10 million people their health care that they had from their employers because of his recession. Number one. Number two, there are 20 million people getting health care through Obamacare now that he wants to take it away. He won't ever look you in the eye and say that's what he wants to do. Take it away.
No, I want to give them better health care at a much lower price because
by the way,
Obamacare
he doesn't
is
know
no
how.
good.
He doesn't know how
I've
to do
already
that.
fixed it.
He has never
I've
offered a plan.
fixed it to an extent.
He has never done a
as you
single
might
thing.
know, but probably don't.
Gentlemen, you realize if you're
good.
both speaking at the same time.
I was like, damn, is
let the
Chris Wallace going to
president- go
come
ahead.
moderate at some point?
Obamacare is no good.
Just-
We made it better. And I had a choice to make very early on. We took away the individual mandate. We guarantee pre-existing conditions, but took away the individual mandate. Listen, this is the way it is. And that destroyed that. They shouldn't even call it Obamacare. Then I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well or badly? If I run it badly, they'll probably blame him, but they'll blame me. But more importantly, I want to help people. Okay. I said, you got to run it so well.
That's what he's
And I
known for.
just had a meeting with them. They said, the problem is no matter how well you run Obamacare, it's a disaster. It's too expensive.
I got you.
Premiums
I
are
got
too
it.
high, and
That's
it
what his
doesn't work.
people- that's what his
So
people said.
we do want to get rid of it.
It's
Chris,
an
we
open-
want to get rid of it.
I
and
understand
give
it, sir, but
something
I have
that's
to
cheaper
give
and
you
better.
roughly equal time.
Good.
Please let the vice
Biden's getting
president.
steamrolled right now. Like
He
he's
has
like
no
he's not
plan
getting
for healthcare.
getting to
course we
speak.
can.
But
Sends-
Trump
Please,
just keeps
he
on speaking
sends
right
out
over him.
Wishful thinking. He has executive orders that have no power. He hasn't lowered drug costs for anybody. He's been promising a health care plan since he got elected. He has none, like almost everything else he talks about. He does not have a plan. He doesn't have a plan. And the fact is, this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right,
He's
I have one final question for
Is
you.
anybody following what's going
Mr.
on here?
Vice
Because I'm
President.
like,
If Senate
I'm
Republicans,
completely lost right now. I have no
Supreme
idea.
Court here. If Senate Republicans go ahead and confirm Justice Barrett, there has been talk about ending the filibuster or even packing the court, adding to the 9 justices there. You call this a distraction by the president, but in fact, it wasn't brought up by the president. It was brought up by some of your Democratic colleagues in the Congress. So my question to you is, you have refused in the past to talk about it. Are you willing to tell the American people tonight whether or not you will support either ending the filibuster or packing the court?
Whatever position I take on that, that'll become the issue. The issue is the American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now.
you gonna pack the
Make
court?
sure you, in fact, let people know
He doesn't want
you're
to
a
answer the
senator.
question.
I'm not going to answer the question
Why would
because
you answer that
because
question?
the
You wanna
question
put a lot
is
of
the
new
question
Supreme Court
is
justice,
the
radical
question-
left.
Will you
Who
shut
is your,
up, man?
listen, who is on your list, Joe?
This
who's
is
on your
so
list?
All right, gentlemen,
This is-
I think
This
we've
is
ended
so
this-
What-
He's going to pack the court.
We have ended-
So
we're not-
unpresidential.
we have
Make your
ended
point.
this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment. wasn't it?
Dude, make your point. What are
Yeah,
you doing? What are
people
you
understand that.
talking about? Like, make a
47
point if you're
years
making
you've
a
done
point.
nothing. They understand.
All right.
This is
The
pathetic.
second subject is COVID-19, which is an awfully serious subject. So
Yo,
let's try to be serious about it. We have had more than 7 million cases of coronavirus in the United States, and more than 200,000 people have died. Even after we produce a vaccine, experts say that it could be months or even years before we come back to anything approaching normal. My question for both of you is, based on what you have said and done so far, and what you have said you would do starting in 2021, why should the American people trust you more than your opponent to deal with this public health crisis going forward? In this case, the question goes to you first, sir. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Good luck. 200,000 dead. As you said, over 7 million infected in the United States. We, in fact, have 5%, 4% of the world's population, 20% of the deaths. 40,000 people a day are contracting COVID. In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said, it is what it is. Well, it is what it is
Those numbers
because
check
you
out.
are who you are. That's why it is. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. You don't panic. He panicked. In addition to that, what did he do? He went in and we were insisting that the Chinese, the people we had on the ground in China should be able to go to Wuhan and determine for themselves how dangerous this was. He did not even ask Xi to do that. He told us what a great job Xi was doing. He said we owe him a debt of gratitude for being so transparent with us. And what did he do then? He then did nothing. He waited and waited and waited. He still doesn't have a plan.
Wrong.
I laid out
Sir,
back
it's
in
his 2
March
minutes.
exactly
it's so
what we
wrong.
should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open schools. It costs a lot of money. You should get out of your bunker and get out of the sand trap and get in your golf course and go in the Oval Office and bring together the Democrats and Republicans and fund what needs to be done now to save lives.
So if
Wait,
we
wait,
would have listened to
You
you,
have 2 minutes, sir.
If we would have listened to you, the country would have been left wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000. And one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. They stopped it from going in, but it was China's fault. And by the way, when you talk about numbers, you don't know how many people died in China. You don't know how many people died in Russia. You don't know how many people died in India.
That's
They don't
point.
exactly give you straight
They-
counts, just so you understand.
Oh my God.
But if you look at what we've done, I closed it, and you said he's xenophobic. He's a racist, and he's xenophobic
Point is,
because
well,
you
they
didn't
did-
think I should have
they might
closed
have
our
done even
country.
worse.
No,
Wait a
it
minute.
says 2 minutes.
You didn't think we should have closed our country because you thought it was terrible. You wouldn't have closed it for another 2 months. By my doing it early, in fact, Dr. Fauci said President Trump saved thousands of lives. Many of your Democrat governors said President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the governor. Oh, really? Go take a look. The governors said I did a phenomenal job. Most of them said that. In fact, people that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press. They give me bad press because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job. I know how to get the job
Well, you didn't do
done.
very well in swine flu. H1N1, you were a disaster. Your own chief of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was
A
no
very-
economic recession.
Sir, you made a
There was-
Far
there
less
was no
lethal
recession.
disease,
you made
by
a
the way.
point. Let him answer.
And there was no one, we didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy he shut down. The reason it's shut down is because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far
How
more
many
people.
people?
Far
That is-
more people.
And
You would have been
And by the way,
months late.
your own
You were
his
months behind me,
his
Joe.
own CDC director says we could lose as many as another 200,000 people between now and the end of the year. And he held up. He said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine, we're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
You don't
we
trust
Dr.
Johnson
Fauci.
& Johnson, Pfizer?
And
Okay,
by the way,
gentlemen, let me move on
Definitely
to
don't trust Pfizer.
questions about the future because you both have touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future first, President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives.
God.
It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot. Become very political because the left, or I don't know if I call them
you're
left, I don't know
suggesting
what I
that the
call
No,
head
them.
of
don't
your
call him left,
Operation Warp
please.
Speed, Dr.
I
Slaoui,
disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be
feel the
there, but
same
it could
about
also
y'all.
be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available. Just like
He
Dr.
said it's a
Redfield.
possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also
I'm
be
talking about
after
when it's
that.
generally available. not when it
Well,
will
we're
be.
going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up logistically. They're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be
This is
delivering
the
the
same man
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
by Easter this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the
That
same
was
man.
said sarcastically,
That was
and you
him.
know that.
I
That
don't-
was said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal. This man is talking about
It
a
was it.
vaccine. Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year. But the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out, if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up
You'll have
on
the
that.
vaccine
I
sooner
want to
than
pick
that.
up on this question, though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned about the vaccine and are reluctant to take it, are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out he puts pressure and disagrees with his own scientists.
But you're saying
Everybody
you can't, or
knows.
Senator
And
Harris is saying you
no,
can't trust the scientists.
No. You can trust the scientists. She didn't say that. You can't trust.
She said the public health
Did say
experts,
that.
quote, will be muzzled, will be
Yes.
suppressed.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. But there's millions of scientists. There's thousands of scientists out there, like here at this great hospital, that don't work for him. Their job doesn't depend on him. That's not. They're the people. And by
I
the way,
spoke to the
and Fauci,
scientists that are in
by
charge.
the way,
They will have
and
the vaccine very
does-
soon.
Let him finish.
you believe for a moment what he's telling you in light of all the lies he's told you about the whole issue relating to COVID? He still hasn't even acknowledged that he knew this was happening, knew how dangerous it was going to be back in February, and he didn't even tell you. He's on record as saying it. He panicked or he just looked at the stock market, one of the two, because guess what? A lot of people died, and a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
So-
Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated.
Delaware State is a
either
HBCU, by
lowest
the
or
way.
almost the
This
lowest
is
in
another
your class.
example
Don't
of
ever use the word
Biden
smart
stealing
with
black
me.
valor.
Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart.
didn't make a
about
mistake,
You,
he
Joe.
lied.
47 years you've done
Well,
nothing.
let's have this debate.
And if
We'll
you
see
would have
who's-
had, let me just tell you something, Joe.
No,
If you would have had the charge of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
You see,
and
he-
it's
We're going
going
to get
up
to the
fast.
economy in the next segment, sir.
Okay.
It's going up fast. I look
Okay.
forward to talking
When it
about
comes to how the virus has been handled so
boy.
far, the two of you have taken very different approaches, and this is going to affect how the virus is handled going forward by whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I want to quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President Biden, you have been much more reluctant than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why, sir?
Because he doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to
Tell
provide
that to
them
Nancy
plastic.
Pelosi.
Well, he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to
The-
Nancy
the-
Pelosi. And Schumer,
by the
crying
way,
Chuck.
Nancy Pelosi and Schumer, they have a plan. He won't even meet with them. The Republicans won't meet with him in the
Okay.
Senate.
Let-
And he sits on his golf course. And I mean,
Nah.
literally,
Okay.
think about it.
You probably
All right,
play
think
more than
about
I
it.
do, Joe.
Oh,
What about this question of reopenings and the fact
Well, he wants to shut down this country,
oh.
and I want to keep it open. And we
You
did
ju-
a
he
great
just
thing by
admitted
shutting
he
it
shut
down.
it down.
Wait a minute,
Let
Joe.
him
Let me
finish,
shut
sir.
you down for a second, Joe, just for 1 second. He wants to shut down the country. We just went through it. We had to because we didn't know anything about the disease. Now we found that elderly people with heart problems and diabetes and different problems are very, very vulnerable. We learned a lot. Young children aren't. Even younger people aren't. We've learned a lot. But he wants to shut it down. More people will be hurt by continuing. If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at certain states that have been shut down, they have Democrat governors all. One of the reasons they're shut down is because they want to keep it shut down until after the election
All right,
Yeah.
on
I
November
want to
3rd.
move on to another
because
subject.
it's a
I want to move
political
on to
thing.
another
I
subject.
gotta
But
respond.
those,
I
but
wanna
those
move-
states,
gentlemen, I
those
wanna move
states
on to
are
another
not
subject.
doing well that are shut
Which
down
is
right
got to
now.
respond to that.
President
shut
Trump,
down the
you
whole
have
country.
begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
No, I think
the
masks are
efficacy
okay.
of
You have to
masks?
understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on it, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to. But I
Just
wear
like your
masks
rallies.
when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say
Vice President Biden, go ahead.
What
sir.
are we talking about at this
Way
point? Like,
open
what are we even
businesses.
talking about at
Just
this
give
point?
them
Does
the
this
wherewithal to
matter?
be able to open.
I'm getting
We provided
hammered
money
tonight off
and
this.
But I was asking you, sir, about masks.
Well, masks make a big difference. His own head of the CDC said if we just wore masks between now, everybody wore masks in social distance between now and January, we'd probably save up to 100,000 lives. It matters.
And they've also
It
said the
matters.
opposite. They've
And
also said
no serious person said the opposite.
They've
No
also said, well, look
serious.
at
All right, I
Dr.
wanna
Fauci. Dr. Fauci said the
He
opposite.
did
I
not
want
say
to
the
ask you, we got a
said
little
very
bit more than a
strongly,
minute left in this
Masks
segment.
are
Time's
not
passed.
good. Then he changed his mind. He said masks are good.
I
I'm
wanna
okay
ask-
with masks.
I
I'm
want to
not
ask you
fighting
both
masks.
about one last subject because your different approaches has even affected the way that you have campaigned. President Trump, you're holding large rallies with crowds packed together, thousands of people.
Outside.
Outside, yes, sir, agreed. Vice President Biden, you are holding much smaller events with
Because nobody will show up.
people with.
Well, it's
Wait.
true. Nobody shows up to his rallies.
All right. In any case, why you holding the big rallies? Why you not? You goes first, sir.
Because people want to hear what I have to say. I mean,
But are you
I've
not
done a
worried
great
about it
job
spreading
as a
disease?
president, and I'll have 35,000 people show up at airports. We use airports.
Are you
and
not worried
hangars,
about
and we
the
have a
disease
lot of
issues,
people.
sir?
Well, so far we have had no problem whatsoever. It's outside. That's a big difference, according to the experts. And we do them outside. We have tremendous crowds, as you see. I mean, and literally on 24 hours notice. And Joe does the circles and has 3 people someplace.
Okay.
By the way, did you see
Gotcha.
one of the last big rallies he had? And a reporter came up to him to ask him a question. He said, no, stand back. Put on your mask. Put on a mask. Have you been tested? I'm way far away from those other people. That's what he said. I can't. I'm going to be okay. He's not worried about you. He's not worried about the people out there breathing on one another.
We've had no
cheek
negative
to
effect.
jowl. No negative effect.
We've
Come
had
on.
no negative effect. And we've had
Herman Cain
40,000
would like to
people
make
in
difference.
rallies.
Just quickly finish up because I want to move on to our next.
Yes, I would. He's been totally irresponsible the way in which he has handled the social distancing and people wearing masks, basically encouraging them not to.
All right.
He's a fool on this.
If you could get the crowds, you would have done the same thing. But you can't. Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the
Nobody cares.
gentlemen? Can we move on to the economy?
Yes.
The economy is, I think it's fair to say, recovering faster than expected from the shutdown
Much
This-
faster.
in the second quarter. The unemployment rate fell to 8.4% last month. The Federal Reserve says the hit to growth, which is going to be there, is not going to be nearly as big as they had expected. President Trump, you say we are in a V-shaped recovery. Vice President Biden, you say it's more of a K-shape. What difference does that mean to the American people in terms of the economy? President Trump, in this segment, you go first.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard psychologically to do. He didn't. We should close
China
it down.
plague?
He was wrong. And again,
This
2
dude
million
is
people would be dead now instead of still
disgusting.
204,000 people is too much. One person is too much. Should have never happened from China. But what happened is
That's
we closed it
3
down, and now
Chinas
we're
already.
reopening, and we're doing record business. We had 10.4 million people in a 4-month period that we've put back into the workforce. That's a record the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And he wants to close down he will shut it down again. He will destroy this country. You know, a lot of people between drugs and alcohol and depression, when you start shutting it down, you take a look at what's happening at some of your Democrat-run states where they have these tough shutdowns. And I'm telling you, it's because they don't want to open it. One of them came out last week. You saw that. Oh, we're going to open up on November 9th. Why November 9th? Because it's after the election. They think they're hurting us by keeping them closed. They're hurting people. People know what to do. They can social distance. They can wash their hands. They can wear masks. They can do whatever they want. But they got to open these states up. When you look at North Carolina, when you look, and these governors are under siege, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and a couple of others, you got to open these states up. It's not fair. You're talking about almost, it's like being in prison. And you look at what's going on with divorce, look at what's going on with alcoholism and drugs. It's a very, very sad thing. And he'll close down the whole country. This guy will close down the whole country and destroy our country. Our country is coming back incredibly well, setting records as it does it. We don't need somebody to come in and say, let's shut it down.
All right. Your 2 minutes, sir. We're now moved to you. As I said, posing the question, the president says it's a V-shaped recovery. You say it's a K-shaped recovery. What's the difference?
The difference is millionaires and billionaires like him in the middle of the COVID crisis have done very well. Billionaires have made another $300 billion because of his profligate tax proposal, and he only focused on the market. But you folks at home, you folks living in Scranton and Claymont and all the small towns and working class towns in America, how well are you doing? This guy paid a total of $750 in taxes.
Sir, wait, no, sir, it's just yeah, I understand. You've agreed to the 2 minutes, so please let him have it.
Do I get my time back? The fact is that he has, in fact, worked on this in a way that he's going to be the first president of the United States to leave office having fewer jobs in his administration than when he became president. Fewer jobs than when he became president. First one in American history. Secondly, the people who have lost their jobs are those people who have been on the front lines, those people who have been saving our lives, those people who have been out there dying, people who've been putting themselves in the way to make sure that we could all try to make it. And the idea that he is insisting that we go forward.
Did he just say the essential workers are the ones that lost their jobs?
With a significant increase in COVID deaths and COVID cases in the United States of America. And he wants to open it up more. Why does he want to open it up? Why doesn't he take care of the American? You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis. And he has no intention of doing anything about making it better for you all at home in terms of your health and your safety. Schools, why aren't schools open? Because it costs a lot of money to open them safely. You know, they were going to give, his administration was going to give the teachers and school students masks. And then they decided, no, couldn't do that because it's not a national emergency. Not a national emergency. They've done nothing to help small businesses. Nothing. They're closing. 1 in 6 is now gone. He ought to get on the job and take care of the needs of the American people so we can open safely. All right.
Platitudes. What policy is he talking about? Somebody tell me what policy he just mentioned.
2 minutes, sir.
Excuse me, he made a statement.
So did you.
People want their schools. No, people want their schools open. They don't want to be shut down. They don't want their state shut down. They want their restaurants. I look at
this. Isn't stuff that presidents decide over, really.
It's
like
almost like a ghost town, and I'm not sure it can ever recover what they've done in New York. People want their places open. They want to get back to their lives. They'll be careful, but they want their schools open. I'm the one that brought back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football. It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. And
all right,
people of Ohio,
I know record unemployment,
you know
we're going to get
stagnant wages, but I brought back football, y'all.
Going forward in a moment, but first,
200,000 people dead.
As you well know, there's a new report that in 2016, the year you were elected president, and 2017, your first year as president, that you paid $750 a year in federal income tax each of those years.
Okay.
I know that you pay a lot of other taxes, but I'm asking you the specific question. Is it true that you paid $750 in federal income taxes each of those 2 years?
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax. And let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers. I paid $38 million 1 year. I paid $27 million.
Show us your tax returns.
Not those 2 years.
You'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it. You know, if you want to go to the Board of Elections. There's a 118-page or so report that says everything I have, every bank I have, I'm totally under leveraged because the assets are extremely good. And we have
dodging the question.
I built a great
I'm asking you a specific question, which is.
Let me tell you.
I understand all of that. I understand all of that. No, Mr. President, I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
She's happy to just drag this out, waste time. It's time not being spent talking about substantive policies.
But let me just tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something that. It was the tax laws. I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was a private business people.
I don't want to pay tax.
Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is.
Pay your fair share.
You passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We build the building and we get tax credits like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which, by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration, if you can believe that. Now, the man got fired. Right
How come
after
poor
that
people don't
happened.
get any of
President
these
Biden,
things?
you want to respond?
Yeah, I do want to respond. Look, the tax code that made him, that put him in a position that he pays less tax than a school teacher makes on the money a school teacher makes is because of him he says he's smart because he can take advantage of the tax code. And he does take advantage of the tax code. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. And we're going to.
That's not the tax code, though. It's the same. You'll leave the same tax code intact that you helped voted in, Senator from MBNA.
There need help.
But why didn't you do it over the last 25 years?
Because you weren't president. Because you weren't president screwing things up.
You were a senator. And
You're
by
the
way,
worst
you were a
president
vice-
America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
let me just tell you, Joe, I've done more in 47 months. I've done more than you've done in 47 years, Joe. We've done things that you never even thought of doing, including
Gentlemen,
fixing the broken military that you gave me, including taking care of
We're
your
talking,
vets.
Mr. President, we're talking about the economy. I'd like to ask you about
No,
your
we're
plans
not,
going
apparently.
forward, because, Mr. Vice President, your economic plan, if you were to be
Yes,
elected
man.
president, focuses a lot on big government, big taxes, big spending. I want to focus first on the taxes. You propose more than $4 trillion over a decade in new taxes on individuals making more than $400,000 a year and on corporations. President Trump says that that kind of an increase in taxes is going to hurt the economy as it's just coming out of a recession.
Well, just take a look at what the analysis done by Wall Street firms. Points out that my economic plan would create 7 million more jobs than his in 4 years, number one. And number two, it would create an additional $1 trillion in economic growth because it would be about buying American. That we're going to make this federal government spend $600 billion a year on everything from ships to steel to buildings and the like. And under my proposal, we're going to make sure that every penny of that has to be made by a company.
But respectfully, sir, I'm talking about taxes, not spending.
By the way, I'm going to eliminate a significant number of the tax. I'm going to make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91 companies, in the Fortune 500 who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do it
Billions
before
of
when
dollars.
you were vice president with Obama?
Because you, in fact, passed that. That was
That's right.
your
I got
tax
it.
proposal.
I got it done. And you know what
Yeah,
happened?
you got it done.
Our economy boomed
And,
like it's never boomed.
The economy is
Mr.
busted.
President,
Let me finish.
Mr. President, let me pick up on that. You would continue your free market approach, lower taxes, more deregulation, correct?
Not lower taxes for American people.
But let me.
Excuse me.
But in Obama's, you talk about the economy booming. It turns out that in Obama's final 3 years as president, more jobs were created, 1.5 million more jobs than in the first 3 years of your presidency.
They had the slowest recovery economic recovery since 1929. It was the slowest recovery. Also, they took over something that was down here. All you had to do is turn on the lights and you pick up a lot. But they had the slowest economic recovery since 1929. Let me tell you about the stock market. When the stock market goes up, that means jobs. It also means 401ks. If you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that have poured in here will leave, and plenty of companies that are already here, they'll leave for other places. They will leave, and you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
Look,
We have one right now.
The worst recession short of a depression in American history. I was asked to bring it back. We were able to have an economic recovery that created the jobs you're talking about. We handed him a booming economy. He blew it.
It wasn't
He blew
booming.
it. He blew
It wasn't booming. It was the weakest recovery since 1929.
Is it fair to say he blew it when, in
When
fact,
COVID
there was record low unemployment before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole. Manufacturing went in the hole.
Excuse
number
me,
one.
Chris. Wait.
Number two.
Chris.
Number three.
They said it would take. No, you're on number two.
No.
Chris, they said it would
This
take
guy
a
is
miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing.
We
Part
did
of my
not bring it.
standard fare.
I'm the guy that
He
brought
totally
back
gave
the
up on
automobile industry.
manufacturing.
All right, let him.
We brought back, I was asked to bring back Chrysler and General Motors. We brought them back right here in the state of Ohio and Michigan. He blew it. They're gone. He blew it. And in fact, they're going.
Ohio had the best year it's ever had last year. Michigan had the best year they've ever had.
That is not
Many
true.
car companies came in from Germany, from Japan, went to Michigan, went to Ohio.
They're not having
And they
Mr.
didn't
Vice-
come
wait,
in
wait,
with
wait,
you.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
And so you take a look at what he's actually done. He's done very little. His trade deals are the same way. He talks about these great trade deals. You know, he talks about the art of the deal. China's perfected the art of the steal. We have a higher deficit with China now than we did before. We have the highest trade deficit
China
with
ate
Mexico.
your lunch, down
All right, gentlemen,
18%. China ate your lunch, Joe. And no wonder your son goes in and he takes out billions of dollars, to manage. He makes millions of dollars. And also,
Simply
while we're
not
at it,
true.
why is
Simply
it, just out of curiosity, the mayor of Moscow's wife gave your son $3.5 million.
That's
What
not
did he
true.
do to deserve it?
That
What
is-
did he
Are we
do
still
with
talking about the
Burisma
economy?
to deserve
Wait, wait,
$183,000?
None
You've
of
asked
that
your
is
question,
true.
let him answer.
None of that is true.
Oh, really? He didn't
Totally,
get
No,
$3.5
hey,
million?
Mr. President,
it's
Mr.
totally,
President, please. You've
totally
asked the question.
discredited. Totally discredited. And by the way,
Well, wait, he
let's
didn't get
talk-
$3.5 million, Joe?
Mr. Vice,
He got
Mr.
$3.5 million.
President,
that is not true.
Oh, really?
Mr.
Oh,
President,
But, Mr.
it's an open discussion, please.
Now,
It's a fact.
Well,
There's- it
you
is
have
not a
raised an
fact.
issue. Let the
been
Vice
totally
President answer.
discredited.
Did
There was a
Burisma pay him
report.
$183,000 a
a-
month with no experience in energy?
Mr.
Look,
no
President,
job.
My son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he
and
did.
Mr.
The only
President,
guy that
let
did
him
some-
answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth. His position has been totally, thoroughly discredited.
who?
And
The media.
By everybody. Well, by the
By the
media,
media,
by our
because they refuse to
allies, by
talk
the
about it
World
because they're
Bank,
embarrassed.
by everyone has discredited. Matter of fact, even
Mr.
the people
President,
who
please stop.
testified under oath.
So let me
under
ask you
oath,
this,
under-
Joe.
under
No,
oath.
go ahead, Mr. I'm listening to
Even the
you.
people under
He got $3.5
he
million from
testified-
Moscow.
He testified under oath in his administration, said, I did my job and I did it very well.
Oh,
I
really?
did it
I'd like to know
honorably.
who they are.
Well, I'll give you the list
I'll
of the
fire
people who
them.
No,
testified.
no, go ahead, sir.
Sure, you've already fired most of them because they did a
Some
good
because
job.
Some people don't
Well,
do a good
here's
job. With you,
Go
they
ahead.
say
You
they're
get
here's
the,
the
wait a
deal.
minute. You get the final word, Mr.
Well, it's hard to get any word in with this clown. Excuse me, this.
Hey,
this
let me just
person.
say, Joe,
No. I'm
No.
Mr. President.
$3.5
Mr.
million,
President.
Joe.
That is simply.
Why did he
not true.
deserve $3.5 million
It
from
did-
Moscow?
Look, here's the deal. We want to talk about families and ethics. I don't want to do that. I mean, his family we could talk about all night. His family's
My
already.
family,
No, let him go.
my
Let-
family
already
lost
wrote-
a fortune by
Go ahead.
coming down
Go
and
ahead.
helping
Go
us
ahead.
with
Go ahead,
government.
sir.
And that's
Every-
such a.
and they're right
that's
here.
a-
Mr.
that's
President.
such
Every
a great.
single one of them lost
This
a
is not
fortune
about
by
President.
my
coming and
family or
helping
his
us with
family. It's
government.
about your family,
They
the
didn't
American
collect
people.
$3.5 million.
Ivanka
He
Trump and
doesn't-
Jared
that's
Kushner
not
have
true. He
literally
doesn't
earned
want
millions
to
of
talk
dollars
about
during
what
this
you
time.
need. You, the American people. It's about you. That's what we're talking about.
you
here.
should
All right,
Not
that's the end
about
of
here.
that's the end of the
Shouldn't have
segment.
taken
We're
the
moving.
money.
Unfortunately, Joe
moving on.
Biden can't say that because his
Vice
own son is
President,
also
no,
corrupt,
can I
so
be
we don't
honest?
get to
It's a
hear
very
that.
important
He
question.
can't
No,
He
I-
respond.
stood up.
Mhm.
No,
He stood up.
the answer
This
to the
debate
question
is
is
just
no.
evolving.
Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion, if you
That
get rid of
is
the
if you're-
cops,
you know what, you're-
absolutely not
stop.
you're on
true.
tape
You're-
doing it.
you're gonna
on
have-
tape.
True.
Gentlemen,
Is-
I hate to raise
Chris,
my voice,
he's
but
on
it seems
tape.
to be, why shouldn't I be different than the two of you? So here's the
Got a
deal.
good point.
We have 6 segments. We have ended that segment.
Chris
We're going
Wallace
to
with
go
the
to
only
next
mic
segment.
drop of
In
the
that
evening so
segment,
far.
You each are going to have 2 uninterrupted moments. In those 2 uninterrupted minutes, Mr. President, you can say anything you want. I'm going to ask a question about race, but if you want to answer about something else, go ahead. But I think that the country would be better served if we allowed both people to speak with fewer interruptions. I'm appealing to you, sir, to do that.
Well, and him
So
too.
fucking hard
Well,
to follow.
frankly, you've been doing more
Well,
interrupting
that's
than
all
he
right,
has.
but he does plenty.
Well, less than, sir, less
There's
than,
plenty.
It's
no,
so
less
cha-
than you have. Let's
Oh
please
my
continue on.
God.
The issue of race. Vice President Biden, you say
Oh,
that
Lord.
President
Oof.
Trump's response to the violence in Charlottesville 3 years ago, when he talked about very fine people on both sides, was what directly led you to launch this run for president.
Oh, yeah, sure.
President Trump, you have often said that you believe you have done more for Black Americans than any president, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. My question for the two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years? Vice President Biden, you go first.
It's about equity and equality. It's about decency. It's about the Constitution. And we have never walked away from trying to require equity for everyone, equality for the whole of America. But we've never accomplished it. But we've never walked away from it like he has done. It is true. The reason I got in the race is when those people, close your eyes, remember what those people look like coming out of the fields carrying torches, their veins bulging, just spewing anti-Semitic bile, and accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. A young woman got killed. And they asked the president what he thought. He said there were very fine people on both sides. No president's ever said anything like that.
It is who's
now, second point I'd make to you is that when Floyd was killed, when Mr. Floyd was killed, there was a peaceful protest in front of the White House. What did he do? He came out of his bunker, had the military use tear gas on him so he could walk across to a church and hold up a Bible. And then what happened after that? The bishop of that very church said that it was a disgrace. The general who was with him said all he ever wants to do is divide people, not unite people at all. This is a president who has used everything as a dog whistle to try to generate racist hatred, racist division. This is a man who, in fact, you talk about helping African Americans. 1 in 1,000 African Americans has been killed because of the coronavirus. And if he doesn't do something quickly, by the end of the year, 1 in 500 will have been killed. 1 in 500 African Americans. This man is a savior of African Americans. This man cares at all. This man's done virtually nothing. Look, the fact is that you have to look at what he talks about. You have to look at what he did. And what he did has been disastrous for the African American community.
So,
President Trump, you have 2 minutes. Why should Americans trust you over your opponent to deal with racism?
he did a crime bill, 1994, where you call them super predators, African Americans, the super predators, and they've never forgotten it.
No, we have not.
No, sir.
Nope,
It's his 2
we have
minutes.
not.
So you did that, and they call you a super predator, and I'm letting people out of jail now that you have treated the African American population community, you have treated the Black community about as bad as anybody in this country. You did the 1990, and that's why if you look at the polls, I'm doing better than any Republican has done in a long time, because they saw what you did. You call them super predators, and you've called them worse than that, because you look back at your testimony over the years, you've called them a lot worse than that. As far as the church is concerned, and as far as the generals are concerned, we just got the support of 250 military leaders and generals, total support. Law enforcement, almost every law enforcement group in the United States. I have Florida, I have Texas, I have Ohio, I have...
Having Florida is nothing to brag
Portland.
about.
The sheriff just came out today and he said, I support President Trump. I don't think you have any law enforcement. You can't even say the word law enforcement, because if you say those words, you're going to lose all of your radical left supporters.
Kamala Harris
all the
Kamala
radical
Harris
left.
is a cop. He got the main cop.
You know what?
You know all the radical leftists that are riding with Biden.
We would put out that fire in a half an hour, but they won't do it because they're run by radical left Democrats. If you look at Chicago, if you look at any place you want to look, Seattle, they heard we were coming in the following day and they put up their hands and we got back Seattle. Minneapolis, we got it back, Joe, because we believe in law and order, but you don't. The top 10 cities and just about the top 40 cities are run by Democrats and in many cases radical left, and they've got you wrapped around their finger, Joe, to a point where you don't want to say anything about law and order. And I'll tell you what, the people of this country
wants to
want and demand
increase
law
funding
and order,
to police,
and you're afraid to even say it.
All right, I want to return to the question of race. Vice President Biden, after the grand jury in the Breonna Taylor case decided not to charge any of the police with homicide, you said it raises the question, quote, whether justice could be equally applied in America. Do you believe that there is a separate but unequal system of justice for blacks in this country?
Yes, there is. There's systemic injustice in this country, in education and work and in in law enforcement and the way in which it's enforced. But look, the vast majority of police officers are good, decent, honorable men and women. They risk their lives every day to take care of us. But there are some bad apples. And when they occur, when they find them, they have to be sorted out. They have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. And what I'm going to do as President of the United States is call together an entire group of people at the White House, well, everything from the civil rights groups to the police officers, the police chiefs, and we're going to work this out.
Kiss my ass.
So we change the way in which we have more transparency in when these things happen. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to George Floyd. These cops aren't happy.
Oh, he gets a point. You remember the name?
Taylor. Most don't like it. But we have to have a system where people are held accountable. And by the way, violence in response is never appropriate. Never appropriate. Peaceful protest is. Violence is never appropriate.
All right.
What is peaceful protest? When they run through the middle of the town and burn down your stores and kill people all over the place,
that
and you
is
say
not
peaceful protest?
President Trump,
No, it's
I'm not
not,
asking.
but you say it is.
President Trump,
say
I'd like to continue with the
Yes,
issue
go
of
ahead,
race. I
please.
promise we're going to get to the issue of law and order
Please.
in a moment. This month,
They always
your
gotta connect race to
administration
law and order.
directed federal
Always.
agencies to end racial sensitivity training that addresses white privilege or critical race theory. Why did you decide to do that, to end racial sensitivity training? And do you believe that there is systemic racism in this country, sir?
I ended it because it's racist. I ended it because a lot of people were complaining that they were asked to do things that were absolutely insane, that it was a radical revolution that was taking place in our military, in our schools, all over the place. And you know it, and so does everybody
what
else.
Is radical,
and he would know.
What is
Oh, it's
radical
totally
about
racist.
racial sensitivity training, sir?
If you were a certain person, you had no status in life. It was sort of a reversal. And if you look at the people, we were paying people hundreds of thousands of dollars to teach very bad ideas and frankly, very sick ideas. And really, they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. We have to go back to the core values.
I mean, racism is this country, so he's not lying, technically.
That our country is a horrible place. It's a racist place. And they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to allow that to happen.
Vice President Biden?
When he puts it like that.
He's the racist.
You just don't know.
Here's the deal. I know a lot more about
You
this.
don't
than he
know.
does.
Let him finish.
The fact is that there is
You're both
racial
the racist.
insensitivity.
Yep.
People have
Worry.
to be made aware
He's going to say,
of what
I have a
other
black
people
friend.
feel like, what insults them, what is demeaning to them. It's important to people know they don't want to. Many people don't want to hurt other people's feelings, but it makes a big difference.
Is he out here talking
It
about
makes a
black
gigantic
people's
difference in
feelings?
the way a
Yo,
child is
talk
able to grow
about
up and have a
healthcare,
sense of
economic policy,
self-esteem.
a Green New
It's a little
Deal.
bit like how this guy and his friends look down on so many people. They look down their nose on people like
no policy,
Irish
no
Catholics
policy
like me
whatsoever.
And grow up in Scranton. They look down
Say the
on
word
people who
reparations.
don't have money. They
How
look
about
down on
reparations?
people who are of a different faith. They look down on people who are a different color. In fact, we're all Americans. The only way we're going to bring this country together is bring everybody together. There's nothing we cannot do if we do it together. We can take this on and we can defeat racism in America.
President Trump, sir.
During the Obama-Biden administration, there was tremendous division. There was hatred. You look at Ferguson, you go to many places. Look at Oakland.
Totally
Look
agree,
what happened
Connie.
in Oakland. Look what happened in Baltimore. Look what happened. Frankly, it was more violent than what I'm even seeing now.
Oh, my
but the
Lord.
reason
This
is that
ridiculous.
the Democrats that run these
Absolutely
cities
ridiculous.
don't want to talk like you about law and order.
Violent
and you
crime,
still haven't mentioned.
violent
Are you in
crime.
favor of law and order?
I'm in favor of law. You follow
Are you in favor of law and order? Go
Yes,
ahead.
I'm
say
in
it.
favor.
You
Everybody's
asked a
in favor
question,
of
let him finish.
Law and order.
Loses
Law and order.
Let him answer.
Law and order with justice, where people get treated fairly. And the fact of the matter is, violent crime went down 15% in our administration.
All right.
It's gone up on his watch.
Went down much more
He
in
had.
ours.
Why are
Right,
y'all
we're-
talking
we're
about
down-
crime when you
Mr.
talk about
President,
black
Mr.
people?
President,
Why does
Mr.
race
President,
have to
every
go
record of the
immediately
Mr.
to
President, you're very
crime?
happy, 'cause
Like,
we're now gonna talk
there's a
about
whole
law
bunch
and
of
order.
stops in
We had
between.
trouble. We're Democratic run.
He didn't even bring up
That's
the
exactly my
Bowling
question.
Green
There has been a
massacre.
dramatic increase in homicides in America this summer, particularly, and you often blame that on Democratic mayors and Democratic governors, but in fact, there have been equivalent spikes in Republican-led cities like Tulsa and Fort Worth. So the question is this really a party issue?
I think it's a party issue. You can bring in a couple of examples, but if you look at Chicago, what's going on in Chicago, where
Oh my
53
God.
people were
Lord,
shot and 8 died.
there had to be a
shot.
prop bet
If
on
you look at
this,
New York,
that Trump
where
would
it's
mention
going up
Chicago
like
during
nobody's ever seen
the issue
anything.
on
The
race.
numbers are going up 100, 150, 200%. Crime. It
Republican
is
cities.
crazy what's going
Jesus
on.
Christ.
And he doesn't want to say law and order because he can't, because he'll lose his radical left supporters. And once he does that, it's over with. But
Trump's
if he ever
controlling the
got to
debate
run
here,
this
too.
country,
Yes.
and they ran
And the
it the way he
framing.
would want to run it, we would
We would
our
run it
suburbs
the
would
way-
be gone.
He's got
By the way,
suburbs.
our
He's got
suburbs would be gone.
Biden moving
and
right.
you would see problems like you've
He
never
would
seen.
know a
before.
suburb unless he took a wrong turn.
Oh, I know suburbs.
What the-
So much
I was
better.
raised,
Go ahead,
I was-
wait a minute.
I was
What?
raised in the
Exactly.
suburbs. This is not 1950. All these dog whistles and racism don't work anymore. Suburbs are by and large integrated. There's many people today driving their kids to soccer practice and or to black and white and Hispanic in the same car as there have been any time in the past.
What?
What really is a threat to the suburbs and their safety
Talking about?
is his failure to deal with COVID. They're dying in the suburbs. His failure to deal with the
All
environment.
right,
They're being
better.
flooded. They're being burned out because his refusal to do anything. That's why the suburbs are in trouble.
I do want to talk about this issue of law and order,
What?
though. And in
That's
the
so
joint
slow.
recommendation
Oh,
that came from
no.
the Biden-Bernie Sanders task force, you talked about, quote, reimagining policing. First of all, what does reimagining policing mean? And do you support?
Oh,
Let
no.
me, if I might finish the question. What does reimagining policing mean? And do you support the Black Lives Matter call for community control of policing?
Look, what I support is the police having the opportunity to deal with the problems they face. And I'm totally opposed to defunding the police officers.
Fuck
Matter
you.
of fact, local police.
I hate
The
him.
only one defunding in his budget calls
Totally
for a $400
opposed.
million cut in local law enforcement assistance. They need more assistance. They need, when they
Oh.
show up for a 9/11
Increase
call,
funding
to
to
have
police.
someone with them as a psychologist.
This dude
or
said a
psychiatrist
9/11 call?
to keep
Okay.
them from having to use force and be able to talk people down. We have to have community policing like we had before, where the officers get to know the people in the communities. That's when
Community
crime
policing,
went
my
down.
God.
It
That
didn't
still
go
doesn't
up, it
help.
went down.
Yep.
Still doesn't
He said-
help.
So we have to be
Prove
That's
me
engaged
not what
with
they're
every-
talking about,
That's-
Chris. That's
well,
not what
that-
they're
that's
He's talking
exactly-
about defunding the police.
That is not
I
true.
wish.
He doesn't have any
Well,
law
Well, you
support.
look,
He has no law enforcement
that's not
support.
true.
Almost
That's
nothing.
not. Look,
Oh, really? Who do you have? Name one group that supports you. Name one group that came out and supported you. Go
Look,
ahead.
look.
Think. We have time.
we don't have time to do
No, no,
anything.
think
All right.
about it.
Look,
Name
folks,
one law
folks,
enforcement group that came out and
I
supported
think, gentlemen,
you.
I think I'm going to take back the
There aren't.
moderator's
I don't think
role,
there
and
are any.
I want to get to another subject, which is the issue of protests in many cities that have turned violent. In Portland, Oregon, especially, we had more than 100 straight days of protests, which I think you would agree. You talk about peaceful protests. Many of those turned
We're not
into
peaceful.
riots. Mr. Vice President, you say that people who commit crimes should be held accountable. The question I have, though, is as the Democratic nominee, and earlier tonight you said that you are the Democratic Party right now, have you ever called the Democratic mayor of Portland or the Democratic governor of Oregon and said, hey, you got to stop this, bring in the National Guard, do whatever it takes, but you'd stop the days and months of violence in Portland?
I don't hold public office now. I am a former vice president. I've made it clear. I've made it clear in my public statements that the violence should be prosecuted. It should be prosecuted. And anyone who commits it
But
should
you've
be
never called
prosecuted.
for the people,
He's never
the
said
leader, excuse me, sir. You had never called for the leaders in Portland and in Oregon to call
Because
and bring in
they-
the National Guard and knock
Well,
off 100 days of riots.
They can, in fact, take care of it if he just stay out of the way. Look here.
Oh, really?
here-
Oh, really?
Here's the
But
thing.
no,
I
that-
sent
sir,
in
no,
the
wait, I
U.S.
asked him a
Marshals to
question.
get the killer
No,
of the young man in the middle of the street. They shot him. And
Right.
for 3
Mr.
days,
President Trump,
Portland
President
wouldn't do
Trump,
anything. I
please
had to send
interrupt
in
and-
the U.S. Marshals.
President
They
Trump,
took care of business.
go
That's
ahead.
disgusting.
By the way,
Wow. We covered
his
that
own
story.
former
Disgusting.
spokesperson said, riots and chaos and violence help his cause. That's what this is all
I
about.
don't know who said that.
I do.
Who?
I think Kellyanne Conway.
I don't think she said
She said that.
that. I don't-
And so here's the
All right.
But here's the point.
Go
The
ahead.
point is that that's what he is, keeps trying to rile everything up. He doesn't want to calm things down. Instead of going in and talking to people and saying, let's get everybody together, figure out how to deal with this. What's he do? He just pours gasoline in the fire constantly,
And-
every single solitary
Okay,
time.
and to end this, button up this segment, I'm going to give you a minute to answer, sir. You have repeatedly
Well, wait, I
criticized.
have to answer his
No,
statement.
you have
His statement.
repeatedly.
Wait,
You have
just one
repeated. No,
second.
you've been talking
You
back
made
and
a
forth.
statement.
I'm asking you.
I would love to
you know,
end it.
sir.
I would love to end it, and
You know,
we
if
would
you want to
very
switch seats,
We would
could
very quickly.
We could do that, but
I'd
I'm
send
no,
in
I'm-
the National Guard, it would be over. There'd be no problem.
Okay,
But they
good.
don't want to accept the National Guard.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing
That's right.
extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups
Sure.
and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
Are you
I'm willing
prepared
to
to
do that,
specifically
but
Do it.
Well,
I
go
would
ahead,
say
sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right
So
wing.
what are you
If
saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see
Well,
peace.
then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it.
You want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name. Go ahead.
supremacists and
Who would
white
you like me to
supremacists.
condemn?
White
Proud Boys.
supremacists and right-wing
Proud
militia.
Boys, stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem.
His
This
own
is a left-wing.
FBI director.
This
said
is a
the threat
left-wing
of
problem.
white
Go ahead, sir.
supremacists. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you gotta be
not
kidding.
militia. That's what
Oh, really?
his
It's an idea.
FBI,
Okay.
FBI director
Gentlemen,
said.
Well, then you know what?
No,
He's
no, we're
wrong.
done. We're done, sir. We're moving on to the next.
everybody
We're
gives
moving.
you
What a
advice
bad
in
joke
your
in the head, that's
administration.
not an idea.
Everybody in
Antifa
your
is bad.
administration tells you the truth has a bad idea.
Can I tell you what?
You have no ideas. that are-
Antifa is a dangerous
All right,
radical
gentlemen,
group.
we're now moving on to the Trump
and
and
you ought to be
Biden
careful with
records.
them. They'll overthrow you.
When
in
a
2
president,
seconds.
I'm going to ask a question. When the president seeks a second term, it is generally a referendum on his record. But Vice President Biden, you like to quote one of your dad's sayings, which is, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And in this case, sir, you are the alternative. Looking at both of your records, I'm going to ask each of you, why should voters elect you president over your opponent? In this segment, President Trump, you go first, 2 minutes.
Because there has never been an administration or president who has done more than I've done in a period of 3.5 years. And that's despite the impeachment hoax. And you saw what happened today with Hillary Clinton, where it was a whole big con job. But despite going through all of these things where I had to fight both flanks and behind me and above, there has never been an administration that's done what I've done. The greatest, before COVID came in, the greatest economy in history, lowest unemployment numbers. Everything was good. Everything was going. And by the way, there was unity going to happen. People were calling me for the first time in years. They were calling and they were saying, it's time maybe. And then what happened? We got hit, but now we're building it back up again. A rebuilding of the military, including Space Force and all of the other things. A fixing of the VA, which was a mess under him. 308,000 people died because they didn't have proper health care. It was a mess. And we now got a 91% approval rating at the VA, our vets. We take care of our vets. But we've rebuilt our military. The job that we've done, and I'll tell you something, some people say maybe the most important. By the end of the first term, I'll have approximately 300 federal judges and Court of Appeals judges, 300, and hopefully 3 great Supreme Court justices. That is a record, the likes of which very few people, and you know one of the reasons I'll have so many judges? Because President Obama and him left me 128 judges to fill. When you leave office, you don't leave any judges. That's like, you just don't do that. They left 128 openings. And if I were a member of his party, because they have a little different philosophy, I'd say if you left us 128 openings, you can't be a good president. You can't be a good vice president. But I want to thank you because it gives us almost, it'll probably be above that number by the end of this term. 300 judges. It's a record.
Looking at both your records, why should voters elect you president as opposed to President Trump? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Under this president, we become weaker, sicker, poorer, more divided, and more violent. When I was vice president, we inherited a recession. I was asked to fix it. I did. We left him a booming economy, and he caused a recession. With regard to being weaker, The fact is that I've gone head to head with Putin and made it clear to him we're not going to take any of his stuff. He's Putin's puppy. He still refuses to even say anything to Putin about the bounty on the heads of American soldiers.
Your son got
And-
$3.5 million.
And by the way, my son.
Wait a minute. Mr. President, your campaign agreed to both sides would get 2-minute answers uninterrupted. Well, your side agreed to it. And why don't you observe what your campaign agreed to as a ground rule, okay, sir?
He never keeps his word. Can you add
No,
back
He's
I'm
a
not
person
asking.
that's
That was
not
a
telling
rhetorical question.
his
Go
mic.
ahead,
back
sir.
30
This
seconds?
is so.
Yes,
this
you may
is
have.
All right.
Go ahead.
So,
debate was.
thirdly, we're poor. The billionaires have gotten much more wealthy by a tune of over $300 to $400 billion more just since COVID. You in the home, you got less. You're in more trouble than you were before. In terms of being more violent, when we were in office, there were 15% less violence in America than there is today. He's president of the United States. It's on his watch. And with regard to more divided, the nation can't stay divided. We can't be this way. And speaking of my son, the way you talk about the military, the way you talk about them being losers and being and just being suckers. My son was in Iraq. He spent a year there. He got the Bronze Star. He got the Conspicuous Service Medal. He was not a loser. He was a patriot. And the people left behind there were heroes.
Really?
And I resent.
Are you talking
like
about
hell.
Hunter? Are you talking about
I'm
Hunter?
talking about my son, Bo Biden. You're talking about.
I don't know, Bo. I know Hunter.
Yeah, you
Hunter
know
got
Bo.
thrown. Hunter got thrown out of the military. He was thrown out, dishonorably discharged.
That's not true. He
for
wasn't dishonorably.
cocaine use, and he didn't have a job until you became vice president. Once you
None of
became
that
vice
is
president,
true.
he made a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow,
That is simply
and various
not
other places.
true.
He
My
made a
son-
fortune,
My son.
and he didn't have a job.
My son, like a lot of people we know at home, had a drug problem. He's overtaken it. He's fixed it. He's worked on it, and I'm proud of him.
But why
I'm
was he
proud of
given
my
tens
son.
of millions
All
of
right.
But
dollars?
he wasn't given
All right.
tens of millions
was
of dollars.
given
That
tens
is
of
totally,
millions of
that's been
President Trump-
totally
President Trump,
discredited.
we've already been
Totally discredited.
We've already been through this. I think the American people would rather hear about more substantial
So do I.
subjects. Well, as the moderator, sir, I'm going to make a
No, but when
judgment call
somebody
here.
gets $3.5 million
Okay, great.
from the
Let's talk
mayor
about-
of Moscow.
let's talk
That is
about-
not
I think
true.
it's a terrible
That
thing.
report is totally
Why did he get it?
discredited.
I
Mitt
think,
Romney on that committee said it
Just
wasn't
to
worth
correct
taxpayers'
things
money
here,
for
Biden's son
political
did
reasons.
get
I'd like to talk
discharged
about
from the
climate
military
change. So
for
would
failing a drug test for
Okay.
cocaine.
the forest fires in the West are raging
just not
now.
dishonorably
They have burned
discharged.
millions of acres. They have
Here we go.
displaced hundreds of thousands of
change.
people. When state officials there blame the fires on climate change, Mr. President, you said, I don't think the science knows. Over your 4 years, you have pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord. You have rolled back a number of Obama environmental records. What do you believe about the science of climate change, and what will you do in the next 4 years to confront it?
I want crystal clean water and air. I want beautiful, clean air. We have now the lowest carbon. If you look at our numbers right now, we are doing phenomenally. But I haven't destroyed our businesses. Our businesses aren't put out of commission. If you look at the Paris Accord, it was a disaster from our standpoint. And people are actually very happy about what's going on because our businesses are doing well. As far as the fires are concerned, you need forest management in addition to everything else.
Forest management. We
The
talked about
forest
that with What
floors
If
are loaded
America.
up with trees, dead trees that are years old, and they're like tinder, and leaves and everything else. You drop a cigarette in there, the whole forest burns down. You've got to have forest management.
What do you
You've got to have
believe?
cut-
Because
what do
of
you believe
logging,
about the
that's why that
science of
happens.
Climate change, sir.
I believe that we have to do everything we can to have immaculate air, immaculate water, and do whatever else we can
Nothing.
that's good. We're planting
policy.
a billion
Everything else
trees,
that's
a
good.
billion tree project, and it's very
Do you
exciting for a
believe
lot of people.
that human pollution, greenhouse gas emissions contributes to the global warming of
I
this
think
planet?
a lot of things do, but I think to an extent, yes. But I also think we have to do better management of our forests. Every year, I get the call, California's burning. California's burning. If that was cleaned, if you had forest management, good forest management, you wouldn't be getting those calls. In Europe, they have forest cities. They're called forest cities. They maintain their forests. They manage their forests. I was with the head of a major country, It's a forest city. He said, sir, we have trees that are far more, they ignite much easier than California. There shouldn't be that problem. I spoke with the governor about it. I'm getting along very well with the governor. But I said, you know, at some point, you can't every year have hundreds of thousands of acres of land just burned to the ground.
But, sir,
that's burning down because of a lack of
But,
management.
sir, if you believe in the science of climate change, why have you rolled back the Obama Clean Power Plan, which limited carbon emissions in power plants? Why have you relaxed?
Because it was driving energy prices through the sky.
Why have you relaxed fuel economy standards that are going to create more pollution from cars?
Well,
and
not
trucks?
really, because what's happening is the car is much less expensive and it's a much safer car. And you're talking about a tiny difference. And then what would happen, because of the cost of the car, you would have at least double and triple the number of cars purchased. We have the old slugs out there that are 10, 12 years old. If you did that, the car would be safer. It would be much cheaper by $3,500.
In the case of California, they've simply ignored.
No, but you would take
your
a lot of cars
rollback.
off the market because people would be able to afford a car. Now, so, and by the way, we're going to see how that turns out. But a lot of people agree with me, many people. The car has gotten so expensive because they have computers all over the place for an extra little bit of gasoline. And and I'm okay with electric cars too. I think I'm all for electric cars. I've given big incentives for electric cars.
Fuel emissions.
But what they've done in California is just
All right.
crazy.
Vice President Biden, I'd like you to respond to the president's climate change record, but I also want to ask you about a concern. You proposed $2 trillion in green jobs. You talk about new limits, not abolishing, but new limits on fracking, ending the use of fossil fuels to generate electricity by 2035, and zero net emission of greenhouse gases by 2050. The president says a lot of these things would tank the economy and cost millions of jobs.
He's absolutely wrong, number one. Number two, if in fact, during our administration, the Recovery Act, I was in charge, able to bring down the cost of renewable energy to cheaper than or as cheap as coal and gas and oil. Nobody's going to build another coal-fired plant in America. No one's going to build another oil-fired plant in America. They're going to move to renewable energy, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that we are able to take the federal fleet and turn it into a fleet that's run on their electric vehicles. Making sure that we can do that, we're going to put 500,000 charging stations and all of the highways that we're going to be building in the future. We're going to build an economy that, in fact, is going to provide for the ability us to take 4 million buildings and make sure that they, in fact, are weatherized in a way that, in fact, they'll emit significantly less gas and oil because the heat will not be going out. There's so many things that we can do now to create thousands and thousands of jobs. We can get to net zero in terms of energy production by 2035. Not only not costing people jobs, creating millions of good paying jobs, not $15 an hour, but prevailing wage, by having a new infrastructure that in fact is green. And the first thing I will do, I will rejoin the Paris Accord. I will join the Paris Accord because with us out of it, look what's happening. It's all falling apart. And talk about someone who has no relationship with foreign policy. Brazil, the rainforests of Brazil are being torn down, are being ripped down. More carbon is absorbed in that rainforest than every bit of carbon that's emitted in the United States. Instead of doing something about that, I would be gathering up and making sure we had the countries of the world coming up with $20 billion and say, here's $20 billion. Stop tearing down the forest. And if you don't, then you're going to have significant economic consequences.
What about the argument that President Trump basically says that you have to balance environmental interests and economic interests, and he's drawn his line?
Well, he hadn't drawn a line. He still, for example, he wants to make sure that methane's not a problem. You can now emit more methane without it being a problem. Methane. This is a guy who says that you don't have to have mileage standards for automobiles that exist now. This is a guy who says that, well, the fact that it's all true. And here's the deal.
He's talking about the Green New Deal, and it's not $2 billion or $20 billion, as you said. It's $100 trillion.
I'm talking about
where they want to rip down buildings and rebuild the building.
No,
it's the dumbest, most ridiculous. Where airplanes are out of business, where two-car systems are out, where they
Not
want to
true.
take out the cows too.
Not
That's not true either, right?
Not
This is
true.
this is a 100
Simply,
trillion.
look,
That's more money than
that
our
is-
country could make in
that is
100
simply
years if we're going.
not the case.
All right, let me
destroy our
because I
country.
actually wait a minute, sir. I actually have studied your plan, and it includes upgrading 4 million buildings, weatherizing 2 million homes over 4 years, building 1.5 million energy efficient homes. So the question becomes: the president is saying, I think some people who support the president would say that sounds like it's going to cost a lot of money and hurt the economy.
What it's going to do is going to create thousands.
Of course.
millions
How
of
do you pay
jobs,
for it?
good-paying
Because it
jobs.
helps
Let him
people.
finish, sir.
He doesn't know how to do that.
$100
They-
billion.
The fact is, it's going to create millions of good-paying jobs, and these tax incentives to people for people to weatherize, which he wants to get rid of. It's going to make the economy much safer. Look how much we're paying now to deal with the hurricanes. By the way, he has an answer for hurricanes. He said maybe we should drop a nuclear weapon on them. They may.
I never said that.
That's
at all.
he did say.
You made it up.
And here's the deal.
You make up.
We are going to be in a position where we can create hard, good jobs by making sure the environment is clean and we all are in better shape. We spend billions of dollars now, on floods, hurricanes, rising seas. We're in real trouble. Look what's happened just in the Midwest with these storms that come through and wipe out entire sections and counties in Iowa. They didn't happen before. They're because of global warming. We make up 15% of the world's problem. We, in fact, but the rest of the world, we've got to get them to come along. That's why we have to get back into the Paris Accord.
All right, gentlemen.
Wait a minute, Chris. So why didn't he do it for 47 years? You were vice president. Why didn't you get the world? China sends up real dirt into the air. Russia does. India does. They all do. We're supposed to be good. And by the way, he made a couple of statements. The Green New Deal is $100 trillion.
That is
not
not
20
my
billion.
plan.
That's
the Green
well,
New
you want to
Deal
rebuild every
is
building.
not my plan.
You want to
All
rebuild
right.
every
If he
You
knew
have to-
anything
wait, no, no,
about,
wait.
if he
Gentlemen,
knew
He
anything
made a
about,
statement
Gentlemen.
about the military. He said I said something about the military. He and his friends made it up, and then they went with it. I never said it.
Okay.
that is
What
not
he
true.
did
Sir,
is he
you're done in
said
this segment.
he called
Mr.
the military
Mr. Vice President,
stupid bastards.
I
And he
did
said
not
it on
say
tape.
that.
He
That-
said
Mr.
stupid
Please,
bastards. He
not
said
Sir,
it.
stop.
I would never
I
say
would
that.
play
to the
it.
military.
Play it.
Go ahead,
You're
Mr.
on
Vice
tape.
President.
The,
Answer his final question.
the final question is, I can't remember which of all his rantings.
I'm having, a
don't
little
remember
trouble.
much.
I'm having a little trouble
That's right.
myself, but
Yeah.
and about the economy and about this question of what it's going to cost.
The economy.
I mean, the Green New Deal and the
the-
idea of what
the-
your
the
environmental
Green New
changes will
Deal-
do.
The Green New Deal will pay for itself as we move forward. We're not going to build plants that, in fact, are great polluting plants.
So do you
We're going to
support
build.
the Green New Deal?
Pardon me?
You support?
No, I don't support the Green
Oh,
New
you
Deal.
don't? Oh, well, that's a big
Oh,
statement.
wow.
I
That
support
means you
the
just
Biden.
lost the radical left.
Yikes.
I support
Yikes.
the Biden plan that I put forward.
Wow.
The Biden plan, which is different than what he calls the radical Green New Deal.
All right, gentlemen.
You just
final
said you
segment.
supported the Green New Deal. I was like, wait,
Election
what?
integrity. As we meet tonight, millions of Americans are receiving mail-in ballots or going to vote early. How confident should we be that this will be a fair election? And what are you prepared to do over the next 5+ weeks? Because it'll not only be to Election Day, but also counting some ballots, mail-in ballots after Election Day. What are you prepared to do to reassure the American people that the next president will be the legitimate winner of this election? In this final segment, Mr. Vice President, you go first.
Prepared to let people vote. They should go to iwillvote.com, decide how they're going to vote, when they're going to vote, and what means by which they're going to vote. His own Homeland Security Director, and as well as the FBI Director, says there is no evidence at all that mail-in ballots are a source of being manipulated and cheating. They said that. The fact is that there are going to be millions of people because of COVID that are going to be voting by mail-in ballots, like he does, by the way. He sits behind the Resolute desk and sends his ballot to Florida, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that those people who
His
want
son
to
and
vote in
family
person
promotes
are
mail-in
able to
voting.
vote because enough poll watchers are there to make sure they can socially distance. The polls are open on time, and the polls stay open until the votes are counted. And this is all about trying to dissuade people from voting because he's trying to scare people into thinking that it's not going to be legitimate. Show up and vote. You will determine the outcome of this election. Vote, vote, vote. If you're able to vote early in your state, vote early. If you're able to vote in person, vote in person. Vote whatever way is the best way for you, because he cannot stop you from being able to determine the outcome of this election. And in terms of whether or not, when the votes are counted, and they're all counted, that will be accepted. If I win, that will be accepted. If I lose, that'll be accepted. But by the way, if in fact he says he's not sure what he's going to accept, well, let me tell you something. It doesn't matter, because if we get the votes, it's going to be all over. He's going to go. He can't stay in power. It won't happen. It won't happen. So vote. Just make sure you understand you have it in your control to determine what this country is going to look like the next 4 years. Is it going to change? Or you get 4 more years of these lies?
Mr. President, 2 minutes.
So when I listened to Joe talking about a transition, there's been no transition from when I won. I won that election. And if you look at crooked Hillary Clinton, if you look at all of the different people, there was no transition, because they came after me trying to do a coup. They came after me spying on my campaign. They started from the day I won, and even before I won, from the day I came down the escalator with our first lady. They were a disaster. They were a disgrace to our country. And we've caught them. We've caught them all. We've got it all on tape. We've caught them all. And by the way, you gave the idea for the Logan Act against General Flynn. You better take a look at that, because we caught you in a sense. And President Obama was sitting in the office. He knew about it too. So don't tell me about a free transition. As far as the ballots are concerned, it's a disaster. A solicited ballot, okay, solicited is okay. You're soliciting, you're asking, they send it back, you send it back. I did that. If you have an unsolicited, they're sending millions of ballots all over the country. There's fraud. They found them in creeks. They found some with the name Trump, just happened to have the name Trump just the other day in a waste paper basket. They're being sent all over the place. They sent 2 in a Democrat area. They sent out 1,000 ballots. Everybody got 2 ballots. This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen. The other thing, it's nice on November 3rd, you're watching and you see who won the election. And I think we're going to do well, because people are really happy with the job we've done. But you know what? We won't know. We might not know for months, because these ballots are going to be all over. Take a look at what happened in Manhattan. Take a look at what happened in New Jersey. Take a look at what happened in Virginia and other places. They're not losing 2%, 1%, which, by the way, is too much. An election could be won or lost with that. They're losing 30 and 40%. It's a fraud, and it's a shame. And can you imagine where they say you have to have your ballot in by November 10th? November 10th. That means that's 7 days after the election, in theory, should have been announced.
Okay.
We have major states with that, sir, all run by Democrats.
2 minutes is 2 minutes.
All run by Democrats. It's
President Trump.
It's a rigged election.
You're going to be able to continue. You have been charging for months that mail-in balloting is going to be a disaster. You say it's rigged, that it's going to lead to fraud. But in 2018, in the last midterm election, 31 million people voted mail-in voting. That was a quarter, more than a quarter of all the voters that year cast their ballots by mail. Now that millions of mail-in ballots have gone out, what are you going to do about it? And are you counting on the Supreme Court, including a Justice Barrett, to settle any dispute?
Yeah, I think I'm counting on them to look at the ballots, definitely. I hope we don't need them in terms of the election itself. But for the ballots, I think so. Because what's happening is incredible. I read today, where at least 1% of the ballots for 2016 were invalidated. They take them. We don't like them. We don't like them.
But what
they
are you
throw
going to
them
do
out
about it?
left
There
and
are
right.
millions of ballots going out
What
right
you
now.
do
What
is
are
you
gonna
go
do?
and vote. You do a solicited ballot,
No,
and that's okay,
I know
or
your
you go and
complaint.
vote.
I'm asking you about the fact that millions of people
You go
have
and vote. You go and
No,
vote
but what
like
I'm saying is, what are
like
you
they
gonna do
used
about
to
the
in
fact
the
that
old.
millions of people.
You either do, Chris, a solicited ballot where you're sending it in, they're sending it back, and you're sending. They have mailmen with lots of it. Did you see what's going on? Take a look at West Virginia. Mailmen selling the ballots. They're being sold. They're being dumped in rivers. This is a horrible thing for our country. This is not going to end well.
There is no
This is
evidence
not going
Vice
to
President
end well.
Biden,
5 states
fact,
have had
go ahead,
mail-in
sir.
ballots for the last decade or more. 5, including 2 Republican states. And you
I'm
don't
saving
have
this
solicit
comment
the
to pull
ballot.
it up.
It's
What
sent
up?
to you. It's sent to your home. What we're saying is, that it has to be a postmark by election day. If it doesn't get in till the 7th, 8th, 9th, it still should be counted. He's just afraid of counting the votes because he knows
You're
the
wrong.
outcome.
You're wrong.
No, I want to continue with you on
I
this,
love
Vice
counting the
President Biden. because
Chris, he's so wrong when he makes
in
a
fact,
statement
no,
like that.
excuse me, Vice President Biden, the biggest problem, in fact, over the years with mail-in voting has not been fraud historically. It has been that sizable numbers, sometimes hundreds of thousands of ballots are thrown out because they have not been properly filled out, or there is some other irregularity, or they missed the deadline. So the question I have is, are you concerned that the Supreme Court with a Justice Barrett will settle any dispute?
I'm concerned that any court would settle this because here's the deal. When you get a ballot and you fill it out, you're supposed to have an affidavit. If you didn't know, you have someone say that this is me. You should be able to, if in fact you can verify that's you before the ballot is thrown out, that's sufficient to be able to count the ballot because someone made a mistake and not dotting the correct I. Who they voted for, testify, say who they voted for, say it's you. That is totally legitimate.
All right.
Excuse me, Chris, when you have 80 million ballots
I have a final
sent in
question.
and swamping the system, you know it can't be done. You know it can't. And already there's been
so
fraud.
now
mail service delivers
wait a minute, gentlemen. And the final question is: in 8 states, we can keep talking. In 8 states, election workers are prohibited currently by law. 8 states from even beginning to process ballots, even take them out of the envelopes and flatten them until Election Day. That means that it's likely, because there's going to be a huge increase in mail-in balloting, that we are not going to know on election night who the winner is, that it could be days, it could be weeks,
could be months,
until we find out who the new president is. So first for you, sir, finally for the vice president, I hope neither of you will interrupt the other. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm during this extended period, not to engage in any civil unrest? And will you pledge tonight that you will not declare victory until the election has been independently certified? President Trump, you go first.
I'm urging my supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully, because that's what has to happen. I am urging them to do it. As you know, today there was a big problem. In Philadelphia, they went in to watch. They're called poll watchers, a very safe, very nice thing. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to watch. You know why? Because bad things happen in Philadelphia, bad things. And I am urging my people. I hope it's going to be a fair election. If it's a fair election, I am 100% on board. But if I see tens of thousands of ballots being manipulated, I can't go along with that. And I'll tell you what,
does that mean,
from a common sense,
does that mean you're going to tell your people to take to the street?
It means you have a fraudulent election. You're sending out 80 million ballots. They're not equipped to. These people aren't equipped to handle it. Number one. Number two, they cheat. They cheat. Hey, they found ballots in a wastepaper basket 3 days ago, and they all had the name military ballots. They were military. They all had the name Trump on them.
Vice President
you think
Biden,
that's good?
Vice President Biden, final question for you. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm while the vote is counted, and will you pledge not to declare victory until the election is independently certified?
Yes, and here's the deal. They count the ballots, as you pointed out. Some of these ballots in some states can't even be opened until Election Day. And if there's thousands of ballots, it's going to take time to do it. And by the way, our military, they've been voting by ballots since the end of the Civil War, in effect. And that's what's going to happen. Why was it not? Why is it for them somehow not fraudulent? It's the same process. It's honest. No one has established at all that there is fraud related to mail-in ballots, that somehow it's a fraudulent process.
It's already been established. Take a look at Carolyn Maloney's race.
You had an opportunity to respond.
Look at Carolyn Maloney.
Go ahead.
They have no idea what happened.
Vice President Biden, go ahead.
He has no idea what he's talking about. Here's the deal. The fact is, I will accept it, and he will too. You know why? Because once the winner is declared, after all the ballots are counted, all the votes are counted, that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. And if it's me, in fact, fine. If it's not me, I'll support the outcome. And I'll be a president, not just for the Democrats. I'll be a president for Democrats and Republicans. And this guy,
I want to see an honest ballot count.
Gentlemen, you say that's the end of it? This is the end of this debate?
Honest ballot count.
We're going to leave it there. To be continued as in more debates as we go on. President Trump, Vice President Biden, it's been an interesting hour and a half. I want to thank you both for participating in the first of 3 debates that you have agreed to engage in. We want to thank Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic for hosting this event. The next debate, sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, will be 1 week from tomorrow, October 7th, at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. The 2 vice presidential nominees, Vice President Mike Pence and Senator Kamala Harris, will debate at 9 p.m. Eastern that night. We hope you watch. Until then, thank you and good night.
All right. So I'm gonna just leave this playing in the background for me, but I'll keep an eye out. But I don't think anything's going on there. So that was the debate there. Boy. What are your initial thoughts? I'll let you first off, let's say, so do you feel like there was they always love to do this with debates, like winner or loser? Who do you feel won this debate? Who do you feel lost this debate?
Like I said before on our last time together, aliens versus predator, no matter who wins, we lose. But I mean, I feel like it was pretty apparent that Trump dominated that. If not from a like quality point, definitely from an aggressiveness point. Like if you tune in to watch that and you have no idea what they're talking about, it's like you would think just based off of his aggression and his control of the situation that he was winning. And to a lot of people who aren't up on any of this stuff, that might be enough. He dominated it. Maybe not what he was saying
on
but
substance, but on style.
Absolutely.
Just watching stylistically, it's like, and he controlled, like you say, he was always able to speak over to whenever he wanted to speak, he spoke. He sort of, I also felt like he had Biden sort of always responding to him. He managed to frame the debate. Even he already had the friendly right-wing framing from Chris Wallace, but then on top of that, he then gets to then further frame the debate as far as like, even especially with like of course they talk about race. They had to. I mean, I want to dig all into that because I had so much to say on that. But
one thing I want to point out about Chris Wallace that I feel like was a very interesting aspect of that was I felt like Chris Wallace actually sided with Biden much more often and seemed to be like kind of like be co-signing like, hey man, I agree, you're interrupting the hell out of everything to Trump in a kind of way that I feel like is gonna, like, his supporters are gonna be like, this was unfair, this was biased, they teamed up on him. I can see it coming now, even though this is Chris Wallace. Like, it was just, that was another thing that was interesting to me. He was very much like, he was like winking and nodding at Biden, basically like, this guy, right? And it's like you're impartial, but like you're making it seem very much like you're not in a weird way.
Know what? But you know what? I think that Trump is gonna be you're right, because I think that if Chris Wallace, but he should have the ability to push Biden, to push back on Biden more than he did, which would have made it look fair. I don't think that he should have pushed back on Trump any less. I think that he needed to just push back on Biden more in calling, Biden to bear, and just like, redirecting Biden when he was, dodging questions as well.
And I understand it, because Trump is annoying. He's an asshole. He overtalk, like, he's very frustrating to listen to. And I can only imagine he's even more frustrating to talk when he's in the room, because he's very dominating when he shouldn't be, especially in a format like this. So he was not at all wrong. I agree. Like you said, he should have did it a little bit more to Biden too. But just like the optics of it, when I put myself in that Trump supporter train of thought, it's the conspiracy that Chris Wallace gave him the questions, and look, they were teaming up on him. This was unfair. And oh man, and And not that he did it wrong, but
correct.
like, wait for it. That's coming tomorrow. That's coming tomorrow.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that in that way, you're 100% correct that it will appear. Trump even got in a line at one point, where he was like, "Oh, am I debating Joe Biden or am I debating you?" And when he said that, it was like, oh, I was like, damn, that
All
hit
of the
with
best
his
mic drops were either from Chris Wallace or they were Trump going back at him. That was all of them. That was
debate. The best
I'm
debate
a rapper.
was between Chris
I'm a
Wallace
rapper.
and...
That was battle rapper level stuff. I felt like Murder Mook was facing off against Loaded Lux when those two were going back and forth. It was wild.
Yeah, no,
that was my personal highlight of the train wreck, I guess.
Because my overall sense of it was like, as far as a winner loser thing, I think that the loser was all of us who just watched that. Like, I just think that we all just lost something there. I definitely feel like I lost something there. And so I definitely think the American people, anybody that had to bear through that just foolish 90 minutes is coming out of this worse than they went in, unfortunately. But then as far as a winner, I would honestly say as far as the style goes and the style points go, I think that people will see it as Trump won the debate. However, I don't think that he won it so much that it's actually anything impactful enough to close the gap in that sense. So I don't think that he won it in the way to the degree that he needed to win it. So in that sense, I think that everybody will look at it. And plus, I think that everybody had such low expectations for Biden, and the fact that he just literally was able to,
form sentences,
maintain coherence throughout the entire debate is enough for people to say, you know what, like, Biden held on, and it's not going to. I think that my guess is this tightens the polls in Trump's favor by 1 point, maybe at best, maybe 2 points of movement, but I doubt that. I think that you'll see maybe 1 point of movement in Trump's direction over all the average polls. But by and large, I don't think that it's going to do enough to turn the tide in Trump's favor the way that he needed to.
This isn't going to change anything for anyone. The Trump supporters are going to tune in and watch this and think that he dominated. The Joe Biden stands are going to tune in and think that he did very strongly because he didn't mumble his words and do whatever buffoonery he typically does. And everyone else was left with the train wreck. I don't know who this was for. This was totally for, it was baffling. It was very baffling. And this was gaslighting the nation, because we're all going to wake up tomorrow and all of the respective parties are going to think that their guys killed it and absolutely owned. Like you said, Joe Biden spit a lot of platitudes and just like useless things that these people are absolutely going to eat up. There's no way that they're not going to eat this up. I mean, I don't see this swaying at anyone, honestly.
Yeah. JT says President Trump is a genius. Millions of Democrats will be voting for President Trump. It's going to be no less than a landslide victory for President Trump. Listen, honestly, like, at this point, nothing will surprise me in any direction except for pretty much a Trump landslide. That is a far-fetched thing at this point. Like, Trump can probably win in a close election still. I still don't put that past him, but to win in a landslide at this point is just not going to happen. And the idea that millions of Democrats are going to be voting for Trump is just, goofy. Like, no, Democrats are going to vote for the Democrat. Republicans are going to vote for the Republican. Your mind isn't changed, buddy. You came in this. You were clearly a Donald Trump fan going in. You're a Donald Trump fan going out. Nothing's really changing, as Kwame put it. And What Up says, of course, thank you. I take a bow. Yes, as always. No, What Up says, you're right, Kamali, not the victory Trump was looking for. Yeah, I agree. I think that, obviously I agree. That was the point that I made. Sorry. But I think that he needed a whole lot more. That he's, again, national average in polls, talking about over 7 points difference. That's more than twice as much as Hillary Clinton, even Obama. at this stage of one of its runs. I think it was the 2012 run. So he's, you know, Biden is, it would take it's going to take a serious like miracle for Trump to pull it out at this point, not to put it past him, because you know, I think that we all, you know, are you know, cautious, understandably cautious based on 2016 and what happened. Polling isn't, you know, it's not 100%, and there's still you know, there's still plenty of time left. There's still like a month left until the election, and so anything can happen in the next 4 days or whatever it is. So yeah, Let's Maybe says or JT says it's not even close right now. Yeah, it's not even close, but not in your favor, JT, unfortunately. Buddy, like, it's not close, but check those polls, unfortunately.
Is there a James Trump or a John Trump? Because I think this might be a Trumpkin in right here.
Oh, of course.
Is that your cousin? You don't gotta lie.
JT, that T for Trump.
You ain't gotta lie. Yeah.
JT says, ask Hillary about polls. You know, listen, the polls were pretty accurate, actually. The election turned out the way the polls predicted, by and large. It was within the margin of error. That's what a margin of error is for. It says, you know, it could be, this is what we, you know, believe the most likely outcome is, but it could deviate between fluctuate. Sometimes it's as great as 2, 3, even 4 points in a poll. So the polls and the predictions were actually pretty spot on in 2016 is the reality. And so yeah, that's what it is. JT says, yes, I'm definitely for President Trump. Well, thank you for being here with a bunch of leftists and joining us here.
I'm shocked. I did not expect that. I had no idea. Thank you for
I appreciate you coming to hang out with a bunch of leftists to watch this election coverage. Good for you, buddy. So Sachi Israel says, are we voting? Me? I am voting. I plan to vote Green in the next election. I will be voting for Howie Hawkins. I live in Massachusetts. I'm in a safe blue state. I feel very comfortable doing so. I honestly think that I would have been challenged this election even if I didn't live in a swing state. Now, I get the Noam Chomsky, you know, Cornel West position of like, you don't got to endorse Biden, but you can vote for him kind of thing. And you know, Trump is a neo-fascist and he's a unique threat to the country and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, you know, I get it. I'm not going to be the one out here making that argument and making that case, because Biden hasn't inspired me to do so. And I am choosing to vote my values, and that's voting for the Green Party for me here in Massachusetts, because my vote doesn't matter. Anyways, unfortunately, here in Massachusetts, it's if I vote for whoever I vote for, Biden's going to win the state. Yeah. And so I'm going to try to empower the Green Party in some way. So, you know, try to get them there. I heard that they're polling at you know, a few 3% or something like that now. Could be up to 4% before the election. You know, all they need is 5 to get over that threshold to get ballot access for the next election. So I don't know. Connie V says, I'm voting Howie too. Awesome, Connie. Nice. Yes, we got some fellow Howies in the building, some fellow Green Party voters in the building. So don't let them shame you or feel bad. There will be no shaming.
Can I just speak on that for 1 second?
Yeah.
I agree to exactly what you just said. There's complete no shaming. I also, for those of you who don't know, I live in Massachusetts, really close to my friend over here. So I too will be doing the exact same, basically, but I don't shame people for voting for Biden at all. I don't shame people for voting for Biden at all. I only feel some type of way if you're voting for him enthusiastically, if you're praising this man's ideals, if you're holding your nose and doing it, then I totally rock with that. Those are the people I believe will be there to help push him, like we will need to continually push him if he were to hopefully win against Trump. I say hopefully, very sick to my stomach, but like, I definitely don't shame. I don't think people should be shaming. I hope this gets covered. We get to cover this at some point in the future. But when you look at everything involving like third party voting and whatnot, it's just the whole message and narrative is completely just baffling. As Kamali has said multiple times, the biggest people that they should be courting are the non-voters, and that's not what happens, unfortunately. So yeah, if you're voting third party because neither are appealing to you and they're not coming after you, go for it, man. I agree with you. Make them work for your vote. Not you don't just give it up to them. And yeah, that's how I completely view that. You know, like I don't vote shame for third party voters. It's useless and it doesn't make sense. At the end of the day, they work for us.
Yeah. Sashi Israel says, we don't have a Green Party on the vote. I'm in Milwaukee. Unfortunately, in Wisconsin, the Democratic Party fought to have the Green Party removed from the ballots in Wisconsin. They managed to do it in Pennsylvania. They have a fight going in Texas and Montana as well. And I believe they may have been successful in Montana as well. So the Democratic Party has been fighting in what is a very anti-democratic way in order to remove options from the ballot in this upcoming election. So for some people, they don't have the option, unfortunately, to vote for the candidate that might best represent their values. That's what a democracy is supposed to be. You know, you're supposed to be able to pick the candidate. That's what it's a representative democracy, they tell us. If the people don't represent what our interests, then why should we vote for them? You know, so that's, it's just an unfortunate.
We've been doing it for way too long. Was it Bree that shared something? Someone shared something recently where they said that they went out and they talked to third party voters and or not third party voters. They're talking to non-voters and trying to get people registered to vote. And the thing that they continuously kept hearing was that all of these people said that the reason they didn't vote or didn't care either way was because that no matter for how long before that, when they had voted, no matter who was in office, what party, their lives didn't change in any meaningful way. Their lives were still terrible. So why should they vote? Their vote won't make a difference. And it doesn't matter. It's not to say it won't make a difference of who is selected as president, but when they really look at it, given the choices that we have and have had, it doesn't matter who's selected as president. Their lives nothing will change in their lives, at least not in the better. And that's telling.
Yeah. Let's maybe says a third party candidate can make a difference. C2000 referring to that would be referring to the Al Gore, Ralph Nader, and George Bush in an election. But you can take that narrative, but that implies that somehow those people owed their votes to the Democratic Party, and somehow it's under the assumption that if Ralph Nader weren't on the ballot, that somehow those people would have gone out to vote for Al Gore instead. You can't assume that. You just can't assume that. Mm-hmm. And so it's, you can use that frame, but there's 100 that, there's a far greater, pool of people out there who just simply are not voting. And so to look at the third party candidate and say it's their fault and that they are somehow that they made the difference. No, I think I think it's a fairly, it's not naive. I don't want to be condescending, but it's a sort of almost, it's you expect like, it's not elitist necessarily, but it's just like you can't expect to get someone's vote like that. And so it's just it ends up you end up causing more tension between you and people that vote that way, where you then push them further away from you, because you then say, not only, why is it that in that same way, isn't it everybody else's fault too. All the people that voted for the major person, if they all just voted and moved their votes over to the third party candidate, well, then we would have won there too. So is it their fault, and is it the major party candidate's fault for that?
The thing that pisses me off the most about that is I catch
entitled. I'm sorry. The word that I was trying to think of. The word I was trying to think of was entitled. Damn it. I'm sorry. Okay. Yes.
The thing
continue.
that pisses me off about all of this is that I catch so much shit from people about like third party voter about not being passionate about Joe Biden and contemplating and you know already saying I'm gonna do a third party vote. I catch a lot of shit from that, and this is from people who are still regularly going to dinner and having family gatherings with their Trump family members and their Trump friends. And you don't check this person who's voting for someone who's like way more open. Like Joe Biden's a bigot, but at least he does like the button up bigotry, you know, like Trump is like way past gone on his just bullshit. And you mean to tell me you won't check them, but you're going to come looking for us, the people who are trying to ask people to, I don't know, maybe try and get people to vote for them. The ones who are asking for them to say, no, I'm not going to let you keep blowing smoke up my ass and not making a difference. You need to not just promise me that you're going to do something, but you need to follow through and do it. And like, that's the thing I keep coming back to with Joe Biden. When you look at this performance, it's not even that it's an Obama situation where he's going to lie to us and tell us he's going to do this shit and he's not going to go through on it. He won't even do that much. He won't even blow smoke up my ass. And that's just wild to me. This dude's like, he's talking about the Green New Deal and then slandering it 2 seconds later. Like he's not just like ambivalent. It's not even, he's not ignoring the left right now. You know, he is antagonistic to it. And that is very telling.
Yep. And I mean, he said it during the debate, you know, with the like, I beat the socialist, you know, it's always this contempt, this antagonism towards the left, where he's more concerned, you know, he'd rather try to pick up that like 6% of moderate disaffected moderate Republicans than to try to come after the 40% progressive base of the Democratic Party.
We cracked that nut last time, though. What did we say? It's because he has more in common with them than he does with us.
Yep, absolutely. Their values are aligned much more closely than ours are. So yeah, I mean, one of the moments, moment of the debate that stood out to me was the part where, with Biden and the only time, like, and it was the only time that the Green New Deal got mentioned during the debate. And essentially Biden came out and was like, he was like, the Green New Deal will pay for itself, Biden said. And then he turns around and they're like, okay, Chris Wallace is like, well, do you support the Green New Deal? And he's like, no.
Boom, right there. Yo, yeah. Rico called that from a mile away. Just to be clear, Joe Biden said the Green New Deal will pay for itself. And then when asked if he supports the Green New Deal, said no. And like, didn't just say no. He said no, like offended. Yes. When you're chilling with your sister and someone asks if you're dating, offended about that shit.
And he didn't realize that he had just accidentally said it, that he did support it, like the sentence before. But I don't know what happened. And he just had a momentary lapse. And then that's what he goes to. Yeah. So I don't know if you addressed this one, but Stay Human says socialism is and always has been the only solution to fascism, which I 100% agree with. I am here. Name of the show, Radical Democracy. That is what we believe is the 21st century form of socialism, democracy in the workplace, one worker, one vote on all major decisions, what to work, what to do, who does it, when to do it, where to do it, and what gets done with the surplus of that labor. That is the socialism that we espouse here. So if you would like to support that movement, please Support the show at patreon.com/radical democracy. You can find a link in the description box below. You can become a member for as low as $1 a month and support the show in that way. Support democracy in the workplace, support socialism there. So please help support the cause and, support independent left media. We don't have the corporate backing of a CNN or MSNBC or any of those Fox News or anyone like that. So we don't get the $1 million contracts or anything like that. We're just out here trying to bring you some truth and some reality in the best way we know how. So please support the cause. Links in the description box below. You can also drop us a one-time tip, no account required, at coffee.com/radical democracy, ko-fi.com/radical democracy. Links are also in the description box below. And if you can't afford to support us in that way, then please support us by simply hitting the like button. If you're watching this on YouTube, follow us on Twitch and subscribe to the channel. Please subscribe to the channel here on YouTube and share this out on social media. Help spread the word. So were there any moments that stood out to you in the debate? Like what stood out to you most? Or first, what was your general vibe did you get overall from the debate? Like, did any general thoughts?
It was a nightmare. It was an absolute nightmare. Someone mentioned it earlier, but I felt like it was. I feel like I overuse this term, but there's no other way to describe what I feel like I'm experiencing when I see these things other than gaslighting. You have Trump there telling me to my face and trying to sell me this dream of Joe Biden as this radical far leftist, all the while pushing him further right with his rhetoric. It was absolutely baffling and so confusing to see that all go down. That he's basically saying no, you're for Antifa and you're a radical leftist, all the while getting Joe Biden to say, no, I don't want to defund the police. I want to fund the police.
I want to increase funding to police.
I am man, I love the police. That was the part that really got me and made me feel very uncomfortable. And I find it hilarious that he keeps painting this picture when the reason that one of the top 20 reasons I strongly dislike Biden is that he chose Kamala Harris, who is, for all intended purposes, to me, at least a damn cop. Might as well be. She's a cop. She's the feds. She all of them. She's them boys. And I cannot believe that he's just no cops like you. No one in law enforcement likes you. No one gets along with you. And it's oh my goodness, what are we doing? How did we end up here where these are our two choices?
Yeah, no, I mean it's this is the lesser of two evils voting. I saw somebody had commented earlier, I think it was Sashi Israel said the best of two evils. It's this lesser of two evils voting that we do that just keeps on shifting everything right and shifting the framing and the narrative. The so-called Overton window continues to shift right. You had Trump pushing Biden to move right on the issues of law and order is where it really stood out to me. The crime bill, you had Trump attacking Biden from the left on the crime bill. You had Trump able to attack Biden from the left. So I saw someone asking when was Trump taking a more liberal position than Biden? Trump was taking a more liberal position. I think it was Let's Maybe that was asking, when did Trump take a more liberal position than Biden? That's one example where Trump took a more liberal position than Biden, was actually able to push Biden from the left on his support for the crime bill. I thought we might see Trump do so on the issue of wars, but they didn't even really talk foreign policy in this really. And that was just, they left off foreign policy apparently. So we'll see what comes in the next debates and if they get around to that. But I thought that was really something to watch, where you got, Biden, just always sort of on the defensive throughout the debate and having to constantly be, responding to and being sort of having the terms of the debate dictated to him.
Can we talk about Russia? Because he can't talk about Russia. Like, that is, how did you put forward someone so absolutely compromised that they can't even, like, he can't attack him on any of that stuff? Because, like you pointed out earlier, his son's involved. Like, it's, oh man.
Yeah, no, it completely like removes that issue from the table, essentially.
And like when they were talking about his kids enriching themselves, like there was just anytime he had anything that he could have really attacked Trump on and really like dig into the corruption, useless.
Yeah. No, he's it's overall, I just felt like the debate really it started out really messy. It got to a point where there was some sort of coherence there, at least, and they were being slightly coherent for a while, but then it towards the end it started to devolve again. Trump was able to just speak over Biden, and whenever he wanted to be heard, he just barged right into the conversation. He was able to, even when they had they were supposed to do the 2-minute pieces, and that's really sad because it's just two people, and you would think that with just two people that you could handle it. And honestly, it was really Trump doing the interruption, but it worked, I think, in his favor of making him look stronger and looking like he stylistically controlled the debate and won the debate on style for sure.
It's as, again, someone from hip hop culture and battle rapping, I've seen very many people lose a battle rap who had substance, they would say witty things, but in the moment you couldn't really think about what they were saying, and the other person was more theatrical. So in that moment they were like, they had the crowd rocking with them and they won. And then you go home later and you think about it, you're like, actually that other guy won. And in those cases, those people had real substance. Joe Biden did not have real substance. So I don't know how people who are kind of on the fence walk away and later think like, actually, when I disconnect from all of this, it looks stronger. Because and this is something that Trump has owned, and I feel like a lot of like wealthy people totally win on, is that they carry themselves like they're right and like they're winning and they know what they're talking about. And so people just kind of go with it. And if you do that, you, like his supporters always do, you will look at that and think that he dominated.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that does that, unfortunately, for a lot of folks that are, and because it was so messy, I think that does, it just plays into it. It looks like, okay, well, it was this mess. And once it starts up, you can't tell who's talking over who at that point. So it does. I think that there
were times where I got lost and I couldn't tell who was responding and who was interrupting. And I was like, wait, who did he ask this question again? It was Joe Biden, but Trump has been talking way more of this 2 minutes.
Yeah. We are going to try to bring Jamiko, the producer, on soon. So stay tuned for that. We're going to see if we can get him in here momentarily. So we'll try to make that happen. What Up America says, that was some seriously scary shit. Trump asking his minions, come and intimidate people at the polls. Yeah, that was really wild. Like that was some, just like, the question that was asked was, would you agree to urge your supporters to wait until all the votes get counted in order to, before you'll declare a victory in it? Because what's likely to happen, and everybody should be prepared for this right now, is that there are multiple states. 3 of them are 3 key battleground states: Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And those 3 key battleground states, the mail-in votes are not, by law, mail-in votes are not allowed to be counted until the day of the election. So whereas in many other states, they allow the ballots to be counted as they are received so that you can begin counting votes, in some cases weeks before the actual election, which allows you to, on the the day of the election, you already have a significant portion of your mail-in vote counted. Now, mind you, we're talking about an election year where there is going to be a significant increase in mail-in voting because of the pandemic. So now in the first year ever where we're going to see the record numbers of mail-in voting, we have an election that everyone is already on the edge of their seats about. And what's very likely to happen is that for a lot of these states, they might not finish. There might be one person who looks like they're in the lead. Donald Trump could look like he's in the lead on election day. He could end up looking like he's in the lead when they start to count the votes from the more rural districts because they have less people. It's actually easier for them to count the votes quicker in that case. Whereas in like large cities in those areas where it might go more in favor of Biden, they have more people, less people to count these votes, more people to service, so more votes to count. So it could take a little bit longer in those cases, and you could end up with a situation where Trump looks like he's got a clear lead on election night, waking up in the morning even on election day, the day after. But as the votes start to roll in, slowly Biden takes a lead, and eventually the election swings in the other direction. What could happen then? You got Trump saying that he said, go, when they asked him, will you just agree to wait until the votes get counted? He did not answer the question. No. And he just went and said, go to the polls. I'm going to encourage my people to go out there and go to these polls because you can't trust them. So
they cheat.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it was Rational National or Kyle Kalinske who did a video on this, but I watched this video and it scared the shit out of me. When he pointed out that, especially with everything going on with the pandemic, that this year, like you said, there will be a record number of people who will be doing vote by mail. It's way more votes than typical, and with those laws in place that the chances of them not knowing on election day or them having a picture with, especially given the fact that the Democrats are saying way more about vote by mail, and considering the fact that Trumpers tend to not believe COVID is a real thing, so they're very much most likely going to go vote in person. That means that people have been, analysts been saying a fair amount of those mail-in votes are most likely going to be for Biden. So it's the way this is going to look is Trump's going to get most of his votes counted immediately. And then it's most likely going to look like he wins until all those mail-in votes gets counted. And then this whole, they're stealing the election thing, that rhetoric is going to be real scary. It's going to get very, very scary soon with that going on.
Yeah, no, that's definitely terrifying stuff. Yeah, definitely not what you want to hear. I do think that, all of what he says, that sort of stuff, it can lead to sort of like what they call stochastic terrorism, where you say something, you use rhetoric to inspire, essentially terrorist attacks. And so we could see that this spurs some of that, but I don't think that largely that this is going to, he's going to be able to, I don't think that he'll actually be able to, that he'll not cede power if the votes get counted and it's all totaled up and he loses. I think that there will be enough sort of public,
I'm not worried about him though. I'm worried about his supporters. And because when this happens and he does step down, they're going to run with this crazy QAnon conspiracy of him being forced to step down, and they've made threats on his life or some weird mess, and then they're gonna take it and run with it. I feel like he's riled up certain parts of his base enough that I don't think, even if he wanted to rein them in, I don't think he can. I think he's lost control over that, and he did too good of a job whipping them up in this fury, and that's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried that he's going to send the army out to not give up power. I'm way more worried that his supporters are going to go rogue and do some weird, goofy stuff. And especially with him telling them to go out to the polls, I'm hoping a lot of people vote by mail, because that makes me real scared that we're going to have armed people strolling around the polls like I believe they had last time, if I'm not mistaken. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to talk about cheating, but I would not be surprised if we see some incidents happen and we hear some things going on election day of people getting arrested for having guns and all kinds of. I'm scared to see what's going to happen.
Yeah. No, I imagine things like that can happen, but it's not going to lead to he'll have to leave the White House if he loses the election. I don't think that he's actually going to pull a fascist act and actually pull that off. I think that it would cause enough outrage. The right people, would step in. The American people, we all have to get together and agree that we can't let anyone, if you lose an election, not. That transition of power is crucial to maintaining an actual democracy. And so it's going to happen. So, all right, well, let me, Jamiko, if you're ready, give me a thumbs up there. If you can hear us, once you're ready to go, give me a thumbs up and I'll bring Jamiko in. We're going to we'll bring on shortly Jamiko, the producer. You know him from the Community. He's also just known as Dave around these parts. This is a longtime friend of Kwame and myself. We go way, way back. Known Jamiko, Dave, for over 20 years.
He's the best man at my wedding.
Yes, best man at Kwame's wedding. Just friend of the people, fellow leftist.
Good comrade.
Yes, good comrade. Dave, once you can hear us and you feel like you're all set up to go, just give me the thumbs up and then we will go. We'll keep an eye out on Dave for that. And so, all right. But in the meantime, we'll keep on flipping through some comments. You're going to want a headset in there, Dave, too, so that you don't get feedback on your mic. Just a heads up. You'll definitely want a headset or an earpiece. If you need an extra one, I got a really cheap one in here. Just an earpiece. All right. So we will bring on Dave, aka Jamiko, the producer, shortly. We've had on now 3 members of the community. Oops, just pull this.
This has a mic on it too.
Oops. Yeah.
There's a mic too, or
no, yeah.
Oh boy,
yeah.
This was terrifying. This was really some scary shit, man. Everything around the protest conversation, the Antifa conversation, was just like it was. I knew Trump was going to say scary answers. I knew Biden was going to say scary answers. I didn't know Trump would push Biden to say those kind of answers, though. That was slightly alarming.
Yeah, that was definitely that was troubling. Stay Human says Chris Wallace had a better debate than Biden, which I agree with. I think that Chris Wallace did better to actually call Biden out. I mean, to call Trump out on his lies, just straight up lies. Did much better than Biden. I thought that Biden had a few decent answers here and there. I thought the whole segment on race was just terrible. I just thought that it just went straight to like crime, violence. Like this is what they think of Black people essentially, is like there was no talk about economic policy, healthcare.
Are Black people the only people that commit crime?
Apparently.
Just wondering, because we couldn't have had that conversation without it. Like, how is that? Like you said, the whole entire narrative, the second they said, let's talk about race, that was the worst travesty. Between that and when it went to Charlottesville, it was just all an abomination. My God.
Yeah.
I just, and then we actually, like, I don't know, y'all can probably look at me in my eyes if you know me and see I'm a little tipsy right now, because I started drinking around this Chicago conversation, and I knew it. I don't know why I was shocked. I knew Chicago would come up as a pejorative. I don't know how Chicago is a pejorative, but that's how they use it. And just, it was all bad. I'm the only thing I'm surprised we didn't hear the black on black crime statistics.
Yeah.
No. The only dog whistle that we didn't hear tonight.
Yeah, no, I jotted down Chicago as well when I heard it, because I was just like, oh my, of course. We should have taken bets on whether or not, which one of them would be the first to bring up Chicago on the conversation on race. Dave, as before, just give me a thumbs up whenever you're ready and let me know, and I will bring you up in. All right, Dave says 1 more minute. Hold up, y'all. Well, we got you. Let's Maybe says, I'm not saying I don't respect third-party voters. I'm just laying out what seems to be a prevailing view when their candidate loses, especially by a slim margin. The thing is about, like, sure, a candidate loses by a slim margin. It's easy enough to go and to try to tally up all the votes and to say, oh, well, if all of these voters had moved over to this person here, then they would have won. But it's assuming something that we just don't know about people, that you can't just assume that those voters would automatically go over. A Jill Stein voter, you think that a Jill Stein voter was just, they just didn't, they were just, if Jill Stein weren't there, if that weren't the case, then they would have gone over to Hillary. I just think that's, Jill Stein is talking about a completely different platform than Hillary Clinton. Why the assumption that those voters are going to move automatically over? Some people, why move over to the Democrat and not to the more likely place that they would move to, which is to the block of non-voters? That's the largest, that's the most probable place that they're going to move to, because that's the largest block of voters. So it is the most likely outcome for any one of those voters is that they will become a non-voter when they leave there, just off of the numbers, just off of statistics and the way that the numbers bear out. They're more likely to become a non-voter than to vote for Hillary Clinton. But even in those other cases, it's like, if you look at like Jill Stein in 2016, if you give all of her votes to Hillary Clinton, and I think, in fact, if you give all of her votes and all of Gary Johnson's votes to Hillary Clinton in all of the states, Hillary Clinton still would have lost the Electoral College. So
to piggyback off that, though, and this is the other thing that they always lose when they talk about that, is that more than likely the Gary Johnson voters would have went to Trump. Yes. So if you calculate it that way, then she loses way worse, because he took, if I'm not mistaken, he took a significant more portion away. Like, his was a little bit more impacting. So, when we talk about third party voters, we only talk about the ones who are hurting the Democrats. We're not talking about that fact that actually he had some third party voters that took away from him. The thing that pisses me off about all this, and I feel like I say that a lot, but I get pissed off a lot on this show, is we always talk about the voters, and this is our own fault as a country for doing this vote or die bullshit, for doing this your vote matters bullshit, is that we put the accountability on the people. When shit happens, we blame the people and we say, hey, this is democracy. You're the one that elected this. This is y'all's fault. This is what you asked for. When actually, presidents campaign, like, yes, we elect them, but they campaign. Their job is to get us to vote for them. When they fail, it is not because people didn't turn out for them. It is because they didn't get people to come out for them. They didn't give a message that made people come out for them. So stop blaming voters and start blaming the people who run these campaigns, the ones who have this power. It's your fault. You didn't inspire these people. So when it comes down to it, you know who's the most inspiring, who most shares the ideals when these two don't share my ideals? Not voting. And that's why that's such a big voters block. If I go off for a second.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we're actually in some talks with some Steve from our Patreon community on doing a segment. Shout out to Steve Alvarez from our Patreon community. We are in talks to do a segment that Steve would be doing writing a script for us, helping to do some research for us, where we would debunk this claim of this idea that Jill Stein voters somehow caused, are the reason. It's especially prevalent with this recent, like, Bill Maher, blowing up, talking about, like, oh, you can carry your rape baby to term and name them Jill Stein, essentially blaming Jill Stein voters for the next Supreme Court pick being selected by Trump. So every time anything bad happens that Trump does, some liberals come out of the woodwork and say, oh, it's all Jill Stein's fault. But the only person that they won't blame is Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party for failing to meet the people where they are. So, okay. So I think we are ready to bring Jamiko, the producer, in. This is Dave, aka Jamiko, the producer. So glad to have you on, buddy. Let's get you on stream here. What's up, Dave? Can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. I didn't get a chance to check my mic, but
yeah, no, you sound good. I don't hear any
right.
echo or anything like that, so you're sounding good.
Sweet. Sorry, my hair's all a mess. It's hot as balls out here in the living room.
Yeah. It is hot in this place. For sure.
Hold on. I lost my headset. I'm not saying my goddamn ear.
That is the heat of sadness and anger that you're feeling, my friend.
I'm gonna hold this right here like that.
So Dave, now that we got you on here, we've seen you in the comments already, but so this is Jamiko, the producer, from the comments section there. What were your thoughts on?
I mean, you guys kind of covered it, all my thoughts in different segments. Basically, obviously, got to mention how Trump managed to not only not condemn white supremacy,
oh my God,
but still run to the left of Joe Biden.
Yeah,
that question was terrifying. Oh my God.
Yeah, absolutely. That's ridiculous. It's like, how do you
Proud Boys stand down? That sounds like you're with them. That wasn't like that. Sounds like
giving orders.
Yeah,
I'm down, guys. Hold on. Well, you making it hot, like.
No, absolutely. That is.
And he never did. He never did.
Yeah, that's wild. Actually, that how does he manage to thread that line there, where he's able to both be out here like.
They asked him to condemn white supremacists, and he started filibustering. Like, it was just like he just stalled out the clock. He stalled out the clock and gave a non like. Oh, my head hurts.
Yeah, no. So, Dave, who did you feel? Did you feel like there was a winner, loser of this debate, or?
I mean, the loser was Chris Wallace for the most part.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody really won. Like, if you want to go, I think Kwame mentioned earlier, if you want to go on, like, I just turned on SmackDown and watched, you know what I mean? Something like that, then yeah, Trump won. I don't think Biden really did anything to call himself the winner besides not denounce white supremacy.
Yeah.
I should say not denounce it.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. That's, you don't want to give them too much credit there. Yeah, no, it's damning with faint praise, essentially. It's like, yeah, great. He did the absolute barest of minimums of not being a complete,
How do you debate Trump and the conversation about Charlottesville comes up and the conversation about white supremacists come up and you not decimate this dude? This man sat there and talked about how there was no violence, there was no murders, he'd only seen it from the left, and then 30 seconds later or before that mentioned Kenosha. And I'm just like, how did you not attack him on that? How did you not be like, you've riled up people who are out here trying to rock with the cops, but he can't because he's also trying to kowtow to the cops. So he can't.
And he said as much a lot.
Like, yeah, he can't even, and that's very telling about the police in America, that he can't attack him on white supremacy without somehow pissing off the cops and coming down as anti-cop. And never mind, I just answered my own question.
Yeah, I think that it was gross to even see, like, Biden. It was like he said he's, quote, totally opposed to defunding the police. Like, it was his hostility in these things. Like, he kept on trying to prove that he was more, right wing, more conservative, more tough on crime than Donald Trump. And it was just like, this is what you're going to get from, he showed us what we're going to get, what we can expect from him, really.
He's so desperate to get those 11 votes from the center right that he's just throwing the entire left to the fucking wayside.
Yep.
My favorite part of this entire thing, the person that I think won, and I'm going to say a controversial opinion right now, it just occurred to me. The real winner of this debate tonight was Bernie Sanders, because he lives in both of these fools' heads rent free, apparently. I did not expect for them to debate Bernie with him not there so damn much tonight. Like,
no, I hate Bernie more.
That was
your number two.
Really, really weird when they were like everything around the Green New Deal. There were so many points where I was just like, you guys should have had Bernie on this debate stage if you're going to talk about him so goddamn much and misrepresent his position.
Yeah, I wish. I think we all wish. Stay Human says we should prepare for worse. This ain't no fucking joke. They are serious. We should be too. Listen. It's not going to happen in the next 30 days, unfortunately, my friend. I wish. I think the left does need to get serious about this stuff. I think Kwame and I just happen to be, I think, talking about this, offline earlier today, maybe, or yesterday. And I do believe that the left needs to, have some real understanding, be trained in how to use guns. You don't necessarily got to own guns, but you should be trained in how to use these things, basic survival skills. Like, we need all of that on the left because there's just not enough of it. We have become very dependent on sort of our creature comforts, and we've shifted way too far away. We also got to be real that, I think I forget what the numbers are, but 1 in every 4 households have guns in this country, which is the same as Switzerland. But it's like there's like 5 times more guns per capita in this country, because it's like, the same amount of households have guns, but the households that have guns in this country, they have a lot of guns. And it's like there is more guns than there are people in this country, but the guns are owned by a minority of people. It's not like the majority of people own guns in this country. It's a minority of people, and they're largely white, right-wing, folks. And so we're not going to win that fight. And so we just gotta, it's not going to happen. That's not going to be the we're not going to win on those grounds right now. So we can talk about preparing and getting to that point, but we're not there yet. And so we got to have other plans in mind for what the hell we're going to do, if anything.
I feel like arming ourselves as leftists makes sense. If not arming yourself, at least preparing and getting ready. It's a win-win in parentheses lose. The win-win is that, like, if we are prepared, if shit pops off, we're good to go. And the other win is that if we all do, especially a lot of black folks, start getting their licenses, well, a lot of people was hoping for some type of sensible gun control laws. That'll happen the second we start getting guns. So I promise you that. The only thing that makes me cautious, the only reason I haven't explored that option of at least gun ownership right now, is when you look at someone like a Philando Still, and that makes me a little nervous as a black leftist to own a gun. But I would like the training so that if things like, we really have to seriously understand, like, they are dead ass serious. This man is a nightmare. He is fear mongering and filling these people's heads with all kinds of horror stories. They are ready to go to war, and they have all of the ammunition on their side. And that is something we have to be aware of and terrified about.
Yeah, for sure. Connie V says, I'm one of those that wouldn't go over. Howie is the compromise for me. I wouldn't vote Biden. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Like, yeah. I find him to be beyond the pale. Jamiko, Dave, how do you plan to, if you feel comfortable, how do you plan to vote in this upcoming election? How do you feel about
yeah, I mean, in 2016, I bit the bullet. I didn't feel good going in and voting for Hillary, but I did because I felt like I had to. Turns out, they didn't give a fuck. So now I don't. I'm going for Howie Hawkins.
Nice. So that's three. That we got 3 votes for Howie Hawkins in this little room right here, and we had a few in the comments too.
For me, Bernie was the compromise. Like, a lot of people said that, like,
yeah.
Best case scenario. I honestly, there's a lot of things I don't think he went far enough on, and for me, he was my compromise. That was where I was willing to concede to. And if they wanted me to reconsider, they would court and adopt some of his ideas. They don't care about my vote. They just they dragged his name out just to shit on the few ideas of his I wish they would consider adopting. And that tells me all I need to know about Joe Biden.
Yeah, they want us to go out to vote for them instead of them coming to us, on policy. And so they just won't take any steps, even a half step in our direction. It's straight up hostility towards the policies that are popular with the base. Like the dude said, no, I'm no to the Green New Deal. Do you support the Green New Deal? No. Like, he was offended by even the thought that he might support that thing. It was like, yeah, defunding the police, he said totally opposed, absolutely not. So there's it's how, how antagonistic he is. That really is like what's troubling to me. It just shows that he doesn't have any intention to move in our direction after the.
This is the thing I feel like Kamala Harris may do better on. And even if I don't think she'll fall. It'll be like the last time where she said one thing and immediately the next day was like, oh, you guys misheard me. But I feel like she's way more willing to fake the funk and say a whole bunch of bullshit that she has no intention. Like, if they corner her, I don't doubt she'll say something supportive of the Green New Deal to get people. And then the next day say, oh, I didn't quite understand the question or something like that. Whereas Joe Biden, he can't even be bothered to do that much. He can't even bother to, like I said, blow smoke up my ass and say, oh, I would consider defunding the police if, I'll get Pete to go means test defunding the police and test it and bring me the numbers. And, if the science makes sense, then I'll consider it. He couldn't even.
Yeah, no, I love Biden at one point on the race issue. He was like, I'm going to convene a bunch of people to come together and then we'll talk. I'm like, you don't know by now what black folks need in this country. You don't know what we need. We're being disproportionately impacted by a lack of health care, by a lack of jobs. Our unemployment rate is twice that of white Americans. You're talking about something like near 50% unemployment rate. At the peak of the pandemic. So you're talking about, mass unemployment crisis. And so it's like, but there's nothing, nothing to offer there from Biden, unfortunately. So Stay Human says, yeah, I'm definitely not voting Biden either. The only hope is breaking the duopoly. Yeah, I agree. Some people are just beyond the pale to me. Biden was beyond the pale for so many reasons that I've gotten into on the show before. The crime bill, his record on crime bill, on the Iraq war, as a segregationist, Tara Reid, like, it's beyond the pale to me. Biden is, and his disdain for the left. And honestly, even after all of that, like, is there anything that Biden could have done for y'all to get your vote, for either of you, Dave or Kwame? Was there anything that Biden could have done to get your vote? I mean, for me, it's like, he could have actually, like, if he had come out and like agreed to do executive orders for like legalizing cannabis, like, if he had done that, like, I'd have been like, all right, I'll give my vote for that, because that will have enough of an impact. Like, just that alone, like, if he could have, like, that, he could have gotten my vote on that.
Medicare for all. That's it.
Medicare for all. Absolutely.
That's
like, you come out in support of that, because like, that's a big one for me. Like, if you did that, like, that's like I can't even imagine a world where Joe Biden would even come out. Like, I wish, like, that would absolutely do it for me. Medicare.
I want to say both of those things, but at the same time, like, it's hard for me to even consider that much, because once he chose Kamala, he said to us that it didn't matter. That's why, like, I'm so, like, just jaded from before that. Like, I don't even know if he could promise me something enough for me to trust that he wouldn't just immediately go back on it for me to get to a position where I could be enthusiastic or even like some way feel like decent about voting for him. Obama promised us a whole lot that didn't happen. So I extra am weary of someone who at this stage can't even promise it. I don't know. I like to think so. Those are two good issues that if I believed he was genuinely going to do it, I would consider it. But I've been burned one too many times to even believe that.
Yeah, Connie V says, would you believe him though? Like you're saying, Connie V said, would you believe him though if he said he supported those things? My thing is on the issue of the weed legalization, I don't need him to believe it. He would have to sign off on something for me to say, I will do this by executive order, because then at least that's something that I can clearly hold him to. With the tough thing about Medicare for all, like David mentioned, is the only thing about that is that he can then play that game, right? He could say he supports it, but then he can turn around and then he can play the game of like political games, like, oh, we tried, but we had to go in and compromise, and unfortunately, all we were able to come out with, we're going to compromise. We're going to go into the negotiations on a public option now, just like Obama claimed to be doing, and then we'll walk out of here with, maybe we won't kill the ACA is the best that we're going to get. And so I do think that they would have had loopholes to then completely go around it, but I don't. So no, I don't. If he said he supported those things, even nominally, no, not Medicare for all. But if he said he would sign executive orders for things like legalizing cannabis, I forget, he could do a few more. There were a few other issues that he can do by executive order. You just have to look at the things that he can rule by executive order on, and like I would have held him to that. On
just give me something, like
exactly
something.
Yeah, but like honestly, it's just like the only reason, like the only arguments I've ever seen people make for voting for Biden are against Trump. Really, like they can't really tell me like he's gonna do this for your life. The
thing that is, his whole platform, his whole mantra is, it's not going to change. We're going to go back to the way it was before. So how do you get people who didn't vote before because shit was so damn bad for them to be inspired by telling me we're going to go back to when shit was so damn bad for them? It's a terrible pitch. That is his whole dream that he's trying to sell all of us, is I will go back to before Trump. When before Trump, Ferguson was still fucking happening.
And before Trump gave us Trump.
Yeah, exactly. Before Trump led to Trump. So going back, doing this build back better to get us back to what we were right before Donald Trump is like the exact conditions that led to Donald Trump, as Dave says. So it's just like, why would I ever want to do that? Why would I want to do that? But that's our choices. That's literally the choices that they're giving, America. And some people, that's the only choices that they have. As some people mentioned in the comments, like the Green Party was kicked off the ballot because of legal challenges by the Democratic Party to kick them off of the ballot. So for some people, they don't even have a choice at this point. And that would piss me off. Like if I was in a state and then I was planning to vote for Green and they kicked them off the ballot, like I would, there's zero chance you get my vote for the Democratic Party. Like zero chance I'm going out to vote for you after that. Let me see, just flipping through some more other comments here. And let me know if Dave, do you feel like this moved Trump or Biden up or down sort of in the case of the election? Like, do you think this moved them, either of them, in any direction?
I really don't. Like, Trump supporters, they're staying where they are. I don't think Biden's getting any. He definitely lost people on the left.
Yeah,
Biden definitely lost more people on the left. I don't think he gained anybody the right moderate either from that. I think he lost some of those too.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised because of that. I wouldn't be surprised to see something where Biden stays the same, stays flat, and Trump goes up a little bit, just because maybe Trump convinced a few, like with some of his rhetoric and pushing whatever, like maybe Trump can gain a point from this, maybe, for people that are like, no, he looks really tough and strong. And like maybe that, but like Biden I don't expect him to get any bump or necessarily any negative hit on this either, because from the left, but I think the left by and large weren't,
we're not on the table. They don't care about us.
Exactly. Like, but they've already like spit in our face enough that they're like, people are off of that. So I feel like, but I do think that there are some people that were probably like left-leaning, sort of, far left of center, but maybe those folks are like, all right, you know what? F you for that Green New Deal comment. And for, it's like, maybe I won't support your ass if you're really that against the thing that I believe in. So I do think that maybe that would push away. He definitely had to turn off young voters in this. I think that young voters are just going to be further grossed out by him. Anyone under age, 25 and under, for sure. It's just like, what the hell do you have to offer me? They didn't even mention, like, when they talked about the economy, they didn't even mention student loan debt at a time where words weren't even mentioned. Like, I heard very little policy being discussed. Like, I tried to, at every stage, I was trying to like jot down when policy was mentioned. And I was like, I wrote down at one point, like, oh, no mention of Green New Deal. And then I hear Green New Deal mentioned, only to be like in error and then completely shat upon immediately thereafter.
When they talked about the riots, that was another thing that really kind of got to me. Like, that was a chance for anyone to say, if we want to stop the rioting, we're going to hold the police accountable, and we can maybe do that. Like, it's not a difficult thing, like, people are mad and we have protests because you're not holding cops accountable. It seems really easy versus calling in the National Guard and all of these other things, pepper spraying our people. Like, just hold them accountable. Why is that? Like, that's again another thing that's not even on the table. He said strongly, I am against defunding the police. That is not even something that's on his radar.
Yep. Yeah, no, the dude is. And so, like, anyone with this idea that like you're going to elect Biden and then you're going to push him to the left is like Just miss me with that. There is zero chance. He has shown his hand. He has no intention whatsoever. There is a 0% chance that a Green New Deal or Medicare for All are passing under Joe Biden. I honestly believe that Medicare for All has a better chance of passing under Donald Trump than Joe Biden. If it were a Democratic-controlled House and Senate and and Donald Trump was the president, at least in that case, like Donald Trump hasn't said that he would veto that. And there's certain things where I'm just like, I don't know if this dude, I think that he has some of his instincts are like he was saying on the campaign trail that like right-wing populist, I'm not going to take away your health care. I'm going to give everyone health care. I'm not going to cut your Social Security. I'm not going to cut your Medicaid. And that's what won him the election. That's where his base was actually at. Like that would work for it would play well to his base. It wouldn't hurt him to support universal health care. It would help him, honestly. But he hasn't said that he would veto it. Joe Biden's the only person that came out and said straight up, I will veto Medicare for All if it comes across my desk. Like, there's your answer. The dude has literally told you that it's not happening. Even if we push all the pushing that we want to push, and we can have people protesting, and we could get all of our Congress people, we could push our Congress people, threaten to vote them out, do all of that, and still get it passed through both houses of Congress, get it to Joe Biden's desk, and it might still get vetoed. So I just think that it's a naive mindset to be like, oh, that there's any way to push Joe Biden left in any way. If anything, he's shown here in this debate that he's only willing to move to the right on any issue. The only movement I saw from him, he was rigid and hostile to any movement towards the left, and then he was very amenable to shifts right throughout the debate. That's what I kept seeing coming up over and over. Yeah. So yeah, I think that thank you to everyone who has joined us and stuck with us through all of this. It's been a long night. That debate it felt like it was just forever, and felt like a 6-hour long debate, the way that it just dragged through gratingly.
Country instead.
What's that?
Said I could have caught up on Lovecraft Country instead.
I know, right? I'm sure we could all think of some things we would have rather been doing than watching that debate. I don't know if I intend to watch the next debates, and I did this.
I don't know. That was bad.
Yeah, labor of love right here.
Oh man, the only reason I was able to get through this was because of all of you guys. I thank you for being my support buddies, my emotional support in that train wreck. I still have a phone. I didn't break it or smash a TV, and that's thanks to y'all.
Yeah. George Ramos says Fox News is reporting that VP Biden won the debate. What's wrong with calling Trump a racist? Absolutely nothing. I don't think you'll see anyone here that's hesitant about calling Donald Trump a racist. I'm pretty sure I can speak for everyone in this gathering here when I say that we believe that Trump is a racist. It's pretty damn clear. So nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong at all. Fox News, but yeah, so that if that's true, that's interesting. If Fox News that's what they're claiming from their angle, it's like who I when they say won, I just don't know what win really means, other than win in the sense of outcome for the election. I think that ultimately Biden wins it because he didn't lose enough ground there. So Trump needed to gain a lot of ground. I don't think that he did it. So I think in that sense, Biden won the debate in that sense of just staying alive. He stayed awake for 90 minutes. He stayed awake. He stayed alive for 90 minutes. And that's all that
his pants.
Yep.
With himself. And that's really all he needed to do. So I guess under those very, very weird and strict circumstances, I guess he performed strong because he didn't poo. I don't know.
Yeah, but along with that though, it's you said name one KKK member who supports. George Ramos says name one KKK member who supports Biden. 0. every single KKK member supports Trump. Sure, agreed, but that does not mean that Joe Biden is not also racist. Like, don't be out here. Doesn't mean that because Donald Trump is a overt, just clear as day racist, like an overt racist, that excuses somehow Biden's brand of covert racism, like this, like paternalistic, your super predators, corn pop, the drug dealer corn pop, and like that's how Biden looks down at, watches his interview with Charlemagne the God, who's like a neoliberal black dude, but still even that he couldn't and like, but
and he made him look good. I guess. Like, you got to be real bad to make him look like not the asshole. I've never seen him interview someone and not look like the asshole. So kudos, Joe Biden. Terrible. Absolutely. He tries to do this tough guy thing, but he literally can only do it with people who should be theoretically on his side. I don't see him ever get that tougher antagonistic towards the Republicans. It's only towards the leftists, and that is alarming.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost midnight now. We're probably gonna wrap things up soon. Any closing thoughts from any closing thoughts, either of y'all? What are your any final thoughts?
I mean, tequila definitely is the winner of the night for me. To be really honest, because
I think Dave and Kwame definitely had did what any reasonable person, not no offense to any, if you're struggling with alcoholism or anything like that, no disrespect there, no shame in that. Deal with that. That's fine. No offense, no shame there. But otherwise, it is the logical choice to make there. It's the only way to have made it through. Weed was my drug of choice here tonight to get through these debates.
I mean, weed was a drug of choice. There was just also some tequila.
Yes. No, I think that there. Damn, we'll have to do some drinking games. Useful Idiots podcast, like I watched the Useful Idiots, Matt Taibbi and Katie Halper, and they often do these like debate night drinking games where they'll just be like, every time Trump says China, we got to take a drink. We're gonna have to.
I should have made some of those prop bets. I would have hit a lot.
I'm pretty sure What Up proposed that idea, and we had to veto it for the safety of everyone here. We would have died.
Oh man. Stay Human says Biden is weak as fuck. He was like an abused dog versus Trump. Yeah, he was so weak. He was just like getting spoken over, just trampled on. It was really, I don't like the hey, no abused dogs. All right, don't abuse dogs, damn it. All right. But yes. Oh, speaking of dogs, for tomorrow night's show, I hope to introduce you all to one of the loves of my life, Simba, on tomorrow's episode. So you'll get to meet my doggo Simba on tomorrow's episode, hopefully. Speaking of not abused dogs, that dog gets all the love in the world. But yes, I agree. Biden was totally weak as fuck in that. Like, he just got steamrolled. I mentioned at one point, he was just like, Trump was just steamrolling him, and he had nothing. He was just like a deer in the headlights, and it's just like, dude, that's on style. Trump whooped his ass, I think.
For sure. It was bad.
This was the Royce the 5'9" versus Mr. Fab battle all over again, where that dude didn't really say much of anything, but man, he had the crowd with him.
Yeah.
That was the deep cut. I think literally only Dave will get that.
Stay Human, I don't know if you're talking trash about us here, says Chia, LOL, they need a producer though. Their live feed is all sorts of messed up. I'm not sure if you're talking about us here, but we do usually have a producer. Tammy is usually in the building helping us out with the chat feed at least, and all that good stuff. As far as producer goes, in order to get a producer, we need money. So if you want to help us get a producer, I would love to have a producer. I hope to one day have a full-on ass producer, because I cannot continue to, like video editing. It's just too much to do. So I absolutely need a producer, a like full-time, someone with some experience, knows video editing and all sorts of stuff, and can do some, some film type stuff for us. Absolutely. One way to help us get there, support the show, patreon.com/radical democracy. There are links in the description box below. So please, $1 a month, support the show for just a dollar a month. If you can afford it, please do so.
Listen, for the price of one Big Mac per month, you can help this.
Yes. Yes.
I still have that 750 challenge going, y'all. Everybody go on Coffee and donate $7.50 from a friend over here.
Yeah. We need
the support.
We need the support. Links are in the description box below, so please support the show that way. If you'd like us to get a producer, I don't know if the comment was directed at us, but if it was, I totally agree. We could use a producer in here. We need more money for that. So producers cost money.
If you know any show producers, hit us up. We can work with them. Let's go.
Yeah. So thank you for the comments. Thank you for the thoughts. Any last thoughts from either of y'all? If you have any other last thoughts, anyone in the our community at home, please leave them in the chat. We will keep an eye out for any last comments that come in. Any last thoughts from you, Kwame, or any last thoughts there, Dave, as well?
We are all a screaming child locked in a hot car, and God is not helping us. My final thought on everything that we just saw.
Yeah. No, I think it's was what I expected. Didn't make a whole bunch of difference one way or the other. It was just a lot of platitudes and superficial, nothing of substance really, and it was just a bunch of spectacle, and a bad spectacle at that. And I just think that we're none the better for having had to watch that and endure that and suffer through that. So yeah, I don't know if we'll be doing more of these debate night streams here. This was an experiment for sure. The next major live coverage that we'll do is probably for election night, to be honest. We'll see. Maybe
it's gonna be so bad.
Yeah, maybe we can laugh about the Mike Pence Kamala Harris debate. Maybe we could do a drinking game for that one, for Mike Pence Kamala Harris. Yeah. Stay Human says, expand our democracy. Totally agree with that. We believe in radical democracy here, and expanding democracy to the workplace, just expanding democracy from our political system into our economic system. So one worker, one vote on all major decisions. Who gets to work, what to build, where to build it, when to build it, how to build it, what gets done with the profits of those of all the everything you produce from that. And so democracy in our housing, one tenant, one vote essentially, and have democratic control over your housing. Also through building things like tenant unions as well, but that's just a stopgap to full tenant controlled housing is what the real step we need to move forward with. And Stay Human says our quote unquote democracy, exactly, aka oligarchy. Stay Human says, thank you for live streaming, guys. You are very welcome. Stay Human, thank you so much for joining us and for sticking with us for this time. Please hope you subscribe to the channel if you hadn't already, and hope to see you back in our future streams chatting. You can also, if you join our Patreon community for $5 or more a month, you'll get an invite link to our Discord server where you can chat with our all of us, Jamiko here, Kwame, and the rest of the community. You can also make some suggestions about just suggestions for the show. You can see we work on like some logo design and music design things in there, and also make suggestions for news stories that you want to see covered on the show. So and we've covered multiple news stories now. We got another one planned for tomorrow that we're going to be covering that was recommended by a Patreon patron. So there's a teacher that's being charged with a felony for welfare fraud, for getting healthcare, essentially for getting healthcare benefits, half of it through the middle of a pandemic. So we'll be covering that story on tomorrow's show. So check it out. That's 7 p.m. tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. We'll be doing that. Stay Human says, I really enjoyed it. You have good things to say. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Also says, also general strike now. I totally agree with that. That is a movement that we all agree with here. So yes, you are in good company there. Stay Human, who also says they subbed. Awesome. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that. So yeah, you are in good company here. So glad to have you in the community. All right. With no further ado, we don't have anything else to say, folks. I think we will wrap that up here. Thank you so much to our guests tonight, Kwame Norville and Dave, aka Jamiko, the producer in the building. Kwame is here joining us from Raised Fist Media. So please, also you can subscribe over there as well on YouTube. It's just at, you can search for Raised Fist Media on YouTube, and you can also drop Kwame some funds over at patreon.com/raisedfistmedia. So there you go. That link is right there at the bottom of the screen. And so please support independent media, support independent left media. Please join us again ASAP. Mark McKeever says, still going strong. Wow. Yeah, no, we're wrapping things up here. We are wrapping things up, Mark. Thank you so much to Mark, one of our Patreon patrons, for being in the chat and helping out there and sticking with us. We had a few trolls in the chat, but I think it got handled pretty well. Thank you to Jamiko for handling some of that as well. So we will catch y'all all later. Mark McKeever says, later, guys.
Later,
Peace
Mark.
out to
Thanks
all.
in.
Yep. Thanks to everyone for joining. And we will have Dave back on soon again. We will have Kwame back on soon again. So look out for that, y'all. Thank you so much for joining us, folks. Peace.